never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The White House is preparing to send a $300 million military aid package to Ukraine. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan telling reporters the funds come from savings the Pentagon was able to identify in Army budgets. He added that it's only a temporary solution as a major foreign aid funding bill remains stalled in the House. This as Senate lawmakers are still in talks on funding the government before a March 22nd deadline. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, is confident about avoiding a shutdown.
Now, these are vital things at stake in the upcoming funding deadline, and we'll continue to work hard and pass the next round of bills to keep the government open and deliver for American families.
The House Intelligence Committee holds their annual 2024 annual threat assessment hearing on Tuesday. Committee Chairman Mike Turner asking FBI Director Christopher Wray if individuals on the no-fly list have been allowed on a plane.
I believe, again, depends on what time period you're talking about, but I believe there have been individuals where, in coordination between investigators and other agencies, an individual that we want to see where they're going and be able to potentially arrest them, that there may have been situations where somebody's been allowed to fly in that kind of situation.
The embattled head of the Uvalde Police Department in Texas is resigning. Chief Daniel Rodriguez will leave the office in April. The city is not saying why he's stepping down. Rodriguez was on vacation when an armed gunman stormed the town's elementary school, killing 19 students and 2 teachers. Inflation was up again in February, slightly higher than analysts were predicting. The Consumer Price Index, which measures the cost of goods and services, was up 0.4% for the month and 3.2% from the same time last year. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Special counsel Robert Hur spent some time on Capitol Hill Tuesday testifying about his report regarding President Biden's retention of classified documents at his home and former workplace. Hur's report says while there was evidence of classified material found in the president's possession, it wasn't enough to charge him with a crime. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer calls out the Biden administration in his opening remarks, saying they did not want Hur's report to be released.
The White House has refused to be transparent with the American people about the president's mishandling of classified documents. And worse, they have appeared to have lied about the timeline, about who handled the documents, and even about the contents of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Hur.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz, speaking alongside former University of Alabama football coach Nick Saban, is at a congressional roundtable Tuesday addressing the so-called NIL deals, which allows college athletes to profit from their name, image, and likeness. Senator Cruz says he supports athletes, but he wants to see federal guardrails on how it works.
I think it is good that young men and young women have worked incredibly hard to develop fantastic skills that in turn can generate enormous economic activity should be entitled to enjoy the fruits of their labor.
Wednesday night's Powerball jackpot is set for an estimated $559 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Would you looky there? Looks like it's showtime. And away we go. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. Good morning for the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome into a Wednesday. Rest of the country, all right, well, good evening. We will catch up from time zone to time zone, east coast to west, and make our way into a brand new day. 13th day of March. Yeah, mid-March, almost already. And literally 1 week from today, it's going to be a little beehive taking place at the big convention center there, Louisville, Kentucky. As all the equipment will be in the process of being moved in to kick off the Mid-America Truck Show. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 21st through the 23rd. We'll be there, and hopefully we'll get a chance to put some faces with the voices. I know some listening friends I've never had the opportunity to meet or planning to be there. So we'll look forward to that. But as we kick things off around the country, welcome into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Mostly enjoyed a beautiful day. Sunshine. Things really warmed up. We could take the jacket off. It's a comfortable night, partly cloudy, 51 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. Beautiful night. Great night for trailer trucking from southern Florida to northern Maine. The East Coast is high and dry. Same scenario from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. Get a little bit of rain in northern portions of Missouri tonight. Showers, a few rumbles of thunder could even be in the mix there. Actually seen a few stronger storms. Several severe thunderstorm warnings east of Kansas City, but again, right there in north central portions of Kansas. Be prepared for some torrential downpours in that region. Meanwhile, it's pretty quiet out west. Things are going to change rather dramatically through the upcoming day. We see the first signs of our next winter storm system. Snow breaking out tonight as we speak from right about Salt Lake City. Moving through northern and central portions of Utah. Things expected to fill in through eastern Utah. Moving on over into western portions of Colorado, portions of Wyoming. We do even have some winter weather advisories from this system. This is going to be from Tuesday night into Wednesday morning through Thursday. Now, winter storm watches extending all the way down into central portions of Arizona and New Mexico. Winter storm warnings, yes, warnings in place for the Denver metro. Get ready for what could, they tell us, be the largest accumulating snow you've seen all winter in the Denver area. So this is going to dump on the Colorado Rockies. Another helping of heavy snow this week. Potential for even blizzard conditions to snarl travel. It's been rather mild to start the week. You saw afternoon highs soaring into the 60s this past day. Yeah, more typical of what we'd see this time of year. But in typical spring fashion for this part of the country, pattern change is about to return with more wintry conditions. It's the storm that brought some coastal rain and mountain snow to the northwest early this week. It's in the process diving southeastward, and it's going to bring a round of plowable snow to the Rockies as we head into midweek here. As I just mentioned, snow set to begin across Utah tonight before spreading south and east into Arizona, southern Wyoming, and Colorado on through the upcoming day. We're talking widespread 6 to 12-inch accumulations. Now, that's enough to definitely cause some travel difficulties for the second half of the week. The forecast for over half a foot of snow, which includes the Denver metro area. Forecast for Denver right now, 6 to 10 is what the forecasters are saying. From later Wednesday on into Thursday and Friday. Could see some higher snowfall amounts, well over a foot, likely in the mountainous terrain of Colorado, west and south of the city. Now, the snow is going to be coming down as a very wet, heavy, clinging kind of snow. We could be looking at some power outages, some downed trees, especially in those areas where a foot or more of snow accumulates there. Same storm system that dumps feet of snow in Colorado is going to ultimately spin out rounds of severe weather starting later Wednesday all the way into Friday. We're looking at more than 60 million people from the plains to the Midwest and the southeastern USA. That severe weather threat will come in two parts, including the potential for nighttime tornadoes, according to AccuWeather. That's always a concern. The first disturbance is going to kick out the severe weather across eastern Kansas, northeast Nebraska, western Missouri, and portions of southwest Iowa through the upcoming day. That's the system we're looking at right now. In northern Missouri, we'll see some expansion of that. The Kansas City, Missouri, and Topeka, Kansas metro areas, you'll be probably in the middle of that threat zone as we head through midweek. And we're going to be talking strong winds, large hail, possible tornadoes. Yeah, winds with some of these storms, straight line winds 65 miles per hour. Some hailstones in the bigger storms could be extremely dangerous and damaging. We're talking possibly baseball to as much as softball size hail. Now, as one part of that system spins northeast toward the Midwest, the second part of this double system is rolling out of the Rockies after hitting the Denver area and on into the southern plains. That's going to trigger even a more widespread risk of severe weather for our Thursday. Now, because of the two disturbances, the severe risk could end up having two focal points, with one zone along a push of dry air in Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and another a bit further north that would include Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. For those in the path of these systems, you can expect high straight-line wind gusts and large hail, wind gusts 75 miles per hour. Dallas to St. Louis to Little Rock, Arkansas. That's your zone for Thursday. Some of the major metro areas that would be at risk for severe weather, as well as portions of the Chicago metro area. The severe threat further north will be tied into that main storm from the Rockies. That's going to turn more to the east as it approaches the Great Lakes. Could see some stronger storms pushing across the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley, probably Thursday night into Friday. But a large, powerful complex of thunderstorms is expected to develop in the southern plains. That disturbance on Thursday night. Not only will these thunderstorms have the potential to roll along hundreds of miles to the east and southeast over the Gulf Coast into Friday, but the severe weather may transition to a flash flood threat as it advances. 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals will be common. Some may see 6+ inches of rain from northern and central Louisiana to central and southern Mississippi and on into Alabama. Yeah, we'll be talking the daytime heating on Friday that might cause that leading edge of the downpour to erupt into a robust line once again in parts of the southeastern states. Despite the fact, we did the spring forward thing last weekend, sunshine a little bit later in the day, extending our daylight 1 hour into the evening, they are concerned some of the most intense storms that could be the tornado-producing type will persist beyond late afternoon and into the early evening, continuing well after 8 p.m., which means the sun's going down. That's going to add to the danger. So things will be ramping up. And, oh, by the way, we do have red flag warnings, winds for the Texas, Oklahoma panhandle regions on down into west central Texas and much of eastern portions of New Mexico. That's the zone where we've seen the incredible wildfires in recent weeks. Concerns about additional wildfires will be under the microscope over the next couple of days there. So welcome in. What do we have? Who checks in out of the box here? There's Roy on board. Larry says, good afternoon, Hammer Down. It's 51 Platkill, New York. Here we go. It's round number 2 to Schenectady. Pap says, good morning. Mary Ann, hello, everybody. Have a great day. Billy Linnick, good morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks, headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then on to Clinton, Maryland. Have a great day. Be safe out there. On down to I-77 northbound, Charlotte, North Carolina. Shorty is on the road, rolling Columbus bound. There you go. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. That's right, showtime. What day is it? Well, it's not official till the Headless Horseman, otherwise known as Horse Feathers, rides in and tells us. Now, he mentioned a couple nights ago he may be off the road tonight. We may have to get a fill in there, Pappy. Meanwhile, somewhere beneath the Earth's crust, the hotshot hidden secret bunker, there's Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising that FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane, because the overnight drive is about to be hammered down. Dial those numbers up at 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be part of the show. Cue balls running the table. The American eagle is high and fly. Vic, rub on that chest and clear those senses. Because woke is a joke. The awaken are awake. Pappy, you got a whole line of puns tonight. 52 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Throw another log on the fire. Heat up that cup of joe. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Or be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? Speaking of which, it's been longer than necessary. Big Ed, where the heck you been? 5-7, copy the mail. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Overcast, but it's a nice, warm, dry night. Buchanan, Virginia, 48 degrees. All right, keep it shiny side up. Jeffrey says hello from Florida. Good evening there. All right, did we say hello to Marianne? I believe we did. On down the line, Troy says, thank you so much. Cap and Ron in the house, sitting on both hands to keep from waving at everybody. I don't understand why Trump didn't go to Atlanta rather than Rome the other night. Well, because what kind of a reception do you think Trump would get in Atlanta? Obviously, in the Democrat stronghold of Georgia, he's going to get a much more robust reception in the outskirts, the much more conservative areas of the state of Georgia, which is nearly, not all, but nearly everywhere aside from that Atlanta stronghold. But that, I think, would explain it. Happy trailer trucking and Semper Fi. One more. That's Eskimo Mom. Hello to the Overnight Drive Nation. Of course, it's her Monday. What day is it? Got a 5-stop Indiana pedal to start my week after waiting for an hour for anything to come out. Hope everybody has a good evening. It's mostly clear, 55 degrees in Richmond, Indiana at this hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Real quick, like a couple of others, Glenn says, good morning, everybody. Stay safe. There's Kathleen and Tracy Moyer on board. Jerry, what do we got here? Good luck. Kokomo was perfect today. Tomorrow, going to be about the same. So from Jerry Spencer, thank you to all for everything you do. For the truck drivers out there, you got it. Be safe. Double Trucker, good morning. 50 degrees, beautiful in Lodi. Waiting for my loads. We'll head back to Western New York. I'm loving the spring-like weather. All right, it's starting to creep in. Yes, indeed it is. The Carolina Monkey Gouger. Where have you been, by the way? It's already hump day.
Well, Steve, I got this Hot Shot Secret Power by Science Caterpillar rolling tonight, baby. I am tormenting the hell out of these high chrome-plated cow trucks. I got a big old 19,000 pounds of cardboard on, but I'm wearing them out. What's going on?
Just getting another day started here. How's your week going?
Oh, everything going good, buddy. Just easing up through the dark, you know. On my way up to Freona, Texas, up there to get this off and get another one on. Probably go back to Dallas or Fort Worth somewhere, and then come back, load them cannonballs up and head for the Marina Del Rey and get ready to start making our track to Louisville, baby.
Can you believe it's a week away, Gouger? I mean, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I look forward to this every year. I mean, how many years we've been together now? 22, 23 years, going to the show together. This is I call it my hillbilly family reunion. And it's going to be big. Don't nobody miss it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, this is going to be a big one. Expecting record attendance. And I urge everybody to come out, and see what's new in trucking. And if you ain't ever been around a truck, come on out and get your first-hand experience of what it is to hang out with the guys that grind the gears and do the double clutching.
I know what
you can't say that no more.
Market Gouger, you're looking forward to, you're going to buy an electric truck this year, aren't you?
Probably a remote control one.
Oh, okay.
I don't see no electric truck or automatic truck in my future.
I didn't think so.
It's just I just don't see it. And I don't think nobody else sees it neither. But Steve, this is the granddaddy of all truck show, the Mid-America Truck Show, and I mean this is when everybody, the who's who in trucking, all show up. And, they got all kind of stuff going on. They got a tractor pull going on Saturday night, concert Friday night. Thursday night, I don't know what's on the slate for Thursday night, but I know something will happen somewhere. But, I mean, it started last week. Phones started ringing. People calling. Can you come by here? We'll see you there. Can you do this? Debbie told me, sir, I thought you were slowing down. I said, it's the truck show, baby. We got to shine, And I am just looking so forward to seeing all my friends and everybody that I call my trucking family up there. Just can't urge everybody enough to don't miss this. This is a big event, especially in the trucking industry.
So
and,
over the years, you were I believe the first year an honoree for the TA Petro Citizen Driver Awards. Are we doing another? I'm going to have a couple of Citizen Driver honorees this year. Are you familiar?
Yeah, they're having that presentation Friday. They're having the luncheon over there, and we will be there. And don't know how many they're inducting, hadn't heard. And, 6 o'clock Thursday night, they have the Hall of Fame inductees, which, that was another first for me. I was one of the first to go in the Hall of Fame. But it's just, I mean, there's a lot going on up there. But looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing you and Lisa and the family and everybody else. And want to thank the Young family for putting this on every year. It's just a great event. I mean, it's like a family reunion, to tell you the truth. And that's something else I want to talk about, Steve. I was laying at home last week, and I was looking through the Facebook, got to looking around, and thinking about all the years we've been together, and the good that you do for the trucking industry. I mean, it's, pal, I can't thank you enough for what you've done, because you don't know how many truck drivers you save their life at night, be sleepy or trying to get to the next place and turn on the old radio and there's our old pal Steve Summers on the overnight drive.
I thank you very much, Monkey Gouger. It's my privilege to be here, if you know what I mean.
Well, we were talking about this the other night, and, you know, I mean, it's like when you get the weather, that's a tool for us. You know, that lets us know what we can prepare for, and, you know, 99% of the time you hit the nail right on the head. A couple of years ago, I was coming out of Dallas, and weather was real choppy, and I called in, and you said, Monkey Gouger over there by Abilene, it's going to get dicey. It look like they might be got one of them twisters fit to come down over there. Sure enough, got over there the other side of Abilene, and it made a swipe up through there. The only thing I hated about it, you missed it by 1 mile. So, you know.
Yeah, well, hold that thought. You know the drill. We got to pause right there.
USA News Update. The Supreme Court has extended a temporary halt on Texas's immigration law, which permits state law enforcement to arrest and detain individuals suspected of entering the country unlawfully. Initially scheduled to take effect on Wednesday, the High Court extended the pause to further review challenges to the law. A former Mar-a-Lago employee and witness in former President Trump's classified documents case is speaking on the record. Brian Butler spoke to CNN, detailing how he unwittingly moved boxes in 2022 containing classified material from Mar-a-Lago to Trump's private plane on the same day Trump was set to meet with Justice Department officials back at the resort. A top official from the National Institute on Drug Abuse is urging Americans to pay attention to the types of cannabis products teenagers are using, following a recent study revealing high school seniors are using Delta-8, a psychoactive substance. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. So we kick off a brand new day. Midweek coming on. And yes, lines available. It's 844-844-3388. How about some of those first-time callers? How about, why don't you become a second-time caller? We don't often hear from those, right? And, of course, if you are a first-time caller, love to hear from you. We'll get you a $60 coupon code to purchase whatever you like via HotShotSecret.com. And if you need some help knowing what products to purchase, we'll be happy to help you out in that department as well. I got a message which reads, two-time world champion manure hauler on the air. Welcome back, Gouger.
Pappy, you need to lay off them donuts. And I'll be expecting my cigar up there at the truck show this year, 'cause that new grandbaby's fit to come into the world, ain't it?
I saw a message from Sadie here a few hours ago. I guess it's been 3-4 hours ago. She posted something about the time has come. What did she said? Little Sir is ready to come into the world. So I'm not sure if he's at the hospital tonight or what's going on. Maybe give us a full report, Pappy.
Well, if he's at the hospital, I guarantee he's guarding some donut shop over there. Drinking hot coffee and eating hot donuts. I guarantee that's where he's at. But, Steve, going back to what we were talking about a while ago, there was a picture that was posted in 2011. It was me, Sugar Bear, Burnt Beans, Nitro. I know Maniac was there. And all of us were standing up there, and they snapped that picture of Jill, Nitro's wife. And I got to look at that thing the other night. I got a little sentimental. Debbie looked at me and said, "What's wrong?" I said, "You know something? Out of this picture, all these people, the only two left is me and Doc Holliday." I mean, it just hit me, realizing that, man, we've lost a bunch of people in the last 10, 12 years. And so that's another reason I love going to the truck show, is get to see people and everything. But it really hit me hard, I mean, it's just one of those things, I reckon in life, and it happens.
I mean, when you think back about it, yeah, because I mean, over a 20-plus year period, yeah, I mean, people come, people go, callers, and we've lost some drivers in accidents out there. Cancer has taken Yeah, so many. Cancer's affected, so many families. Everybody out there listening, somebody in their family's been affected by the dreaded C word,
That's right. I mean, it marches on. But, I look at that thing where people saying I'm shouting out here and I'm shouting out there. Well, in the time that you wrote that out, you could have called this show and been a first-time caller and won a $60 prize pack. So pick up them phones and let's start doing some dialing, and let's hear from. I want to hear the voices of these people that's out there that's writing these emails every night into the show and stuff. Come and be a part of this show. It don't take but just a minute to reach up there and grab that telephone and dial us up. Steve will put you on there. You'll be, first time, second time, third time, fourth time. I know there's enough out there that people to interject. So get on the dial tone there and get on the here and let's hear what you got to say. Steve, I'll talk to you tomorrow night on the way back to Dallas, and we're going to back on out of here and let the next caller get in here. And like I say, it don't take but just a second to dial that telephone up, become a winner, and let us know what's on your mind.
One more thing before you go. We're going back to next week, Louisville, and, of course, they changed the whole parking structure. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of truck drivers that have been there over the years and may not be aware that they're not going to be parking at what used to be Cardinal Stadium, or way back when, Papa John's Cardinals. They've been 10, 15, 20 years parking out there. It's going to be, what is it, Lot A? Do you remember off the top of your head? I know you leave the big truck home, and you're going to be coming up in the four-wheeler like a regular old person for Louisville. But are you familiar with where all the trucks are going to be parking?
Yeah, they're going to have truck parking lots set up there. Like, let's see now. Say like if you went in by the old Cardinal restaurant, and you can only go one way up there, you got to go to the right and make that big loop round there. And when you come around that big loop, you see them horse barns. Start looking to the right. The minute you pass the horse barn, start looking to the right, and that's where the truck parking. There's 4 or 5 lots over there. Now, I don't know how big a lot they got set up for the show and shine. I imagine that's going to be full. But, if you're not sure when you get in there, but just make sure that you got to go. You can't go back to the left. You just remember you got to turn right. At any gate you go in up there, you got to turn right.
Everything is one way. One way around the loop. Everything. Yep.
Right. Everything is one way around the loop. And the other thing that I want to mention to these guys, be sure and go by and tell the sponsors that sponsor this show, Big Rig Mattress, and Hot Shot Secrets, and, I don't know who all is going to be up there, but go by and tell them thank you for sponsoring the show. It means a lot. And they'll be more than happy to hear from you. So, if you're out walking around, cruising, say, hey, I heard you on Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We thank you for being a part of the trucking family. So I can't stress that enough. Be sure that you make contact with the sponsors of this show and say thank you. So, Steve, that's about all I got for right now. I'll probably think of something else for tonight's over with. I still got about 5 hours to go.
All right, got a full night of trailer trucking there. Well, thanks for checking in early on this Wednesday morning. Carolina Monkey Gouger. Let me see. I believe it was, I was trying to think earlier. It's the North Wing, I believe, we're booth number 12036. If you like to get a lot of folks like to get the map, you can go to the website, truckingshow.com, and actually pull up the map and see who's going to be where in the various wings. Especially if you've never been there before, you might, if you've got specific companies or trucking outlets, Hot Shot Secret, if you want to see, try to plot a plan, because you may want to see somebody that's in the South Wing And then you'll say, where's their booth? Okay, they're over in the north wing. And then, the next on my list, they're all the way back over in the south wing, or they might be in the west wing. You don't want to have to walk back and forth because it's a lot of walking from that south wing all the way over, especially headed all the way out to the west wing. So get that map. We're 12036. If memory serves, I think we're pretty close to where we were last year. Hello to Buckeye Boy. Ackworth, Georgia tonight, 50 degrees. Hope your dentist appointment went better than mine. After the normal x-rays, dentist told me I needed 2 teeth pulled due to infection, and another tooth had a cavity that if they have to drill too deep to fill it in, it's going to be close to the nerve, and that'll mean root canal and crown. Well, I can tell you this, my visit went a lot better than yours. Everything went smooth. They did not have to do the root canal. They had enough existing tooth left just to put the crown on. So, I got that taken care of. Only thing, I hadn't eaten anything. I did the show last evening. I think I had 1 or 2 pretzels during the show, so I hadn't eaten in probably 20 hours. Now, I got home. And my lip, it was a bottom tooth, so my entire lip was totally numb. They tell you're fine to go home, you can eat whatever you want, but just be careful because I did a good job on my lip. I must have bit my damn lip a half dozen times, so it's kind of puffy and sore, but that's my fault. Numbness is gone now, but everything went smooth at the dental appointment this past day. Got a new tooth, all right. Anyway, Buckeye Boy said, customer called me today and said their customer may not be ready for it, so I'll know tomorrow. Anyway, I had a good dinner for the daughter-in-law. Wildcat and I made a crab meat and vegetable lasagna. Very good. Spaghetti and buttered noodles for the kids. But the adults, we chowed down. Voted today. Trump took Georgia. Oh, and I forgot to say last night when I got my truck serviced, I used my semi-annual dose of Stiction Eliminator and also told the guy that was waiting there for his service all about the product. Gave him the website address and a contact name and a couple of the little bottles of everyday diesel treatment. I hope to get another user of the product. Have a great night. And everybody be careful out there. That's what it's all about. Thank you so much, Buckeye Boy, for helping us out there. For all the listeners as well, if you're going to, don't forget, if you're going to place an order online, don't forget to use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, because that gets you 10% off your entire order. And that can be a significant savings, especially if you're getting product to treat that big truck, if you know what I mean. All right, Billy says, looking forward to seeing everybody at the Mid-America Truck Show. I'll be leaving 1 week from today. All right, look forward to seeing you there. Safely home, back on Earth. The 4 astronauts aboard the SpaceX Crew 7 mission returned to Earth early Tuesday morning. I remembered to tune that in, we wrapped up the show at 5 o'clock, and I had to get a smoke break, and I'm thinking, I want to tune in, watch that live. Next thing you know, I look at the clock, it's 5:35. I'm like, son of a gun. I was able to quickly pull it up and see before the parachutes had opened, the return to the Earth, and it was a pretty incredible thing, splashing down there in the Gulf of Mexico. About 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time this past morning off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Recovery crew arrived about 3 minutes later with thermal cameras tracking the recovery operations. The parachutes that had guided it back to the Earth were actually recovered, with the recovery crew checking for both what they call pyrotechnic residuals and poisonous materials. It's amazing how they call them the fast boats. When they go, the splashdown occurs, and I think they were 3 nautical miles away. So they start hauling ass to get to the capsule. But all the personnel on those boats have the full hazardous material outfits on because they don't know. They have to check for the residuals and possible poisonous materials after the safety checks The capsule was lifted onto the recovery ship about 6:15 a.m. with the hydraulic lift there. The astronauts then exiting the capsule at 6:36 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, they undocked from the International Space Station Monday early in the day after a 6.5-month stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. So always the most concerning times is launch time to get there and returning with that fiery re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere to safely get those astronauts home. Cue Ball, did you get actually a personal bird's eye view of that return?
Yeah, I did. The way it worked out for me and for everybody else, because I obviously filmed it, is when I first heard about it, you had just got on air. I was out by Dallas. So I was listening, and I'm like, I think I'm going to wind up underneath this thing. Now, I was heading back to Wisconsin. Still am. I actually just came back to Wisconsin now. But last night, I was coming up 30, and I looked at the picture of its trajectory of where it's going, and it looked like it was going to basically come a little south and west of Little Rock, Arkansas, which timed out perfect because I would get there with about 40 minutes to spare. So I just hammered all the way till I got out there, and I got to the little town of Glen Rose. I found on Trucker Path, I found a little gas station with room to get a semi in right across from the high school, and I was hoping that there wouldn't be too many lights in the area, but there were because the high school had some lights on. So I threw 3 GoPros on the roof of the truck at different angles, and I was pretty sure I knew which direction north was, from the road, but is it slightly angled? I wasn't sure. So I put the 3 GoPros on the roof at different angles, and then I walked up the road in the dark to get away from the lights. I never seen nothing like this before, so I didn't really know what it would look like. I heard what you described, but I don't know what it's going to look like. So I wanted to be as dark as possible. Now, my cellular takes the best of all the cameras I got. My stupid-ass cell phone takes the best low-light pictures. So I walked up the street with the right time, and normally when I do a YouTube video for my channel, it's a heavily produced video with a lot of editing and so on. But the only way to drop a video quickly with a cell phone was do what I call a one take. So I started a video as I started walking away from the truck. I walked up the street, and I only had maybe 4 or 5 minutes to do this. So I walked up the street, and I was trying to show, using the Big Dipper to show where the North Star was to try to explain where it was coming from. And this thing just showed up over the tree line. I think I caught it on camera, believe it or not, through the tree line, but I didn't know it. So I watched it after the fact. You just catch it. And then it wasn't there because it was coming through the trees. It's moving faster than, obviously, an aircraft, but slower than a shooting star. And it is bright, because, again, in Arkansas, there's no sonic boom. It's too high.
Okay.
But it is bright orange. And you could see it looks like it's like glowing orange at the very beginning of it. And it leaves one hell of a trail. And the trail doesn't stay in the sky for very long. But it's all orange. And you could see it looks like stuff coming off of it as it's going through the air. I have no idea what it is, what the trail is made of, but it's one hell of a trail. There's no missing. I mean, I didn't need to be in the dark. You would have seen this thing no matter how many lights are in the sky. But I got one hell of a shot. And it's really quick. So the video I posted is 5 minutes long, and I don't think you see this craft in that video for more than 8-9 seconds.
Wow,
10,
okay.
maybe.
Okay.
It's quick. It goes horizon fast. So if anybody wants to see that video, I posted it on your fan page in a comment.
Okay.
Or just go to my YouTube page, FSC Trucking. It's Foxtrot Sierra Charlie Trucking. I dropped it at probably close to 6 a.m. Eastern time when I dropped. It's just a 5-minute video. The thumbnail is the picture of, it's actually a screenshot of my Google Maps showing where I was, and I superimposed the map of Arkansas showing exactly where I was standing over the SpaceX map as to what time it would be there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Steve, when you look at the timing on that thing, it goes from Colorado to Pensacola in what, like 3.5 minutes?
Exactly. Yeah, less than 4 minutes. I mean, I don't know what speed it's moving at, but yeah, I have your video on before
decelerating.
me. So it actually did. It went right over top of you. Wow, that is an
Directly
incredible
over
trail. Me. Yes.
Like it was at 12 o'clock. Like it looked straight up. So it didn't get any better than that. Because think about it, because there were news stations around Pensacola taking it, but it's not really moving. Because think about it, it slowed down dramatically by the time it got to Pensacola. But if it's moving from Colorado to me in a minute, let me tell you, that's some trailer trucking, brother. That's getting some ground covered.
And I mean, that looks like that trail that that trail looks like it. That had to be how many miles and miles long?
Oh my God! Think about it. I have no idea what the altitude would be over me. So when you start thinking about how big and fast that is,
wow.
You know, but like I said, I don't know what the trail is. You know, I guess I have questions about some of this stuff. Maybe Philip would know, or a spacecraft. I was going to call it aircraft because that's the other thing I was getting into. The spacecraft re-enters into Earth's atmosphere. What in the world is so toxic when it lands? When it finally makes the splashdown and they show up? I mean, it went through air.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I'm looking at the sky and I'm like, what am I looking at in that with that trail that it left behind that I could see that stayed in it? I don't know, maybe a trail lasts another 2-3 seconds. I mean, it doesn't stay there long, but it's so fast that the trail is really long and like in length of distance. What in the world am I looking at that's coming off that thing? Because you could see it in my video. I zoomed in, but not too much because I knew it wouldn't be that great. You got to bear in mind, first time filming something like that with a cell phone, so you're trying to zoom, but you don't want to zoom too much. You lose it. But you can see like the trail coming off of it as it's going through the air.
Mm-hmm.
And then they talk about that, they're like, like, I guess what I'm asking is that real? That there's really like a danger that comes off of that if it's bobbing in the water, or is that just like something they say just to scare everybody to make sure that nobody is anywhere near it? Like, stay the hell out of here.
Like I said, I mean, I was watching the live coverage from the NASA channel, and that's what they were saying. All those fast boats, they're in full hazmat gear, and they've got to check the air conditions, and I mean, for poisonous gases. I don't know what could they bring back from space.
I don't know. My first thought is it isn't what they brought back in space. It's the process of whatever's happening in the. I mean, think about it, right? You put oxygen and acetylene together, you can melt metal if you put it in the right mixture. So that thing is cooking at an unbelievable speed. All the different elements and things that our atmosphere is made out of add enough heat with the friction of that sucker moving like it is.
Yep.
Like I said, that trail is there. It's something. It's not like a contrail you see off an airplane. It's just condensation. It left something burning bright
right
after it cut through the atmosphere.
Yep.
So I'm thinking it's not an alloy. That's a mixture of metals. Like what's go back to science class, cue ball. What's you mix gases together, you get not an alloy, but it's like similar, but it's gas, not metal. It's burning up something up there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I guess to bring some with it. I don't know. You should wonder. the damn question. But it's one hell of a view. And from the YouTube videos I see it and stuff, not to brag, I think I got the best one. But
that's
if I wouldn't listen to your show, I wouldn't even know it was happening.
And that's because I mentioned the fact from like northwest to southeast, right through the heart of Arkansas, and that's where he was. Boom. Yeah, great video, but hey, we got to close out hour one. More to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The White House is preparing to send a $300 million military aid package to Ukraine. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan telling reporters the funds come from savings the Pentagon was able to identify in Army budgets. He added that it's only a temporary solution as a major foreign aid funding bill remains stalled in the House. This as Senate lawmakers are still in talks on funding the government before a March 22nd deadline. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, is confident about avoiding a shutdown.
Now, these are vital things at stake in the upcoming funding deadline, and we'll continue to work hard and pass the next round of bills to keep the government open and deliver for American families.
The House Intelligence Committee holds their annual 2024 annual threat assessment hearing on Tuesday. Committee Chairman Mike Turner asking FBI Director Christopher Wray if individuals on the no-fly list have been allowed on a plane.
I believe, again, depends on what time period you're talking about, but I believe there have been individuals where, in coordination between investigators and other agencies, an individual that we want to see where they're going and be able to potentially arrest them, that there may have been situations where somebody's been allowed to fly in that kind of situation.
The embattled head of the Uvalde Police Department in Texas is resigning. Chief Daniel Rodriguez will leave the office in April. The city is not saying why he's stepping down. Rodriguez was on vacation when an armed gunman stormed the town's elementary school, killing 19 students and 2 teachers. Inflation was up again in February, slightly higher than analysts were predicting. The Consumer Price Index, which measures the cost of goods and services, was up 0.4% for the month and 3.2% from the same time last year. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Special counsel Robert Hur spent some time on Capitol Hill Tuesday testifying about his report regarding President Biden's retention of classified documents at his home and former workplace. Hur's report says while there was evidence of classified material found in the president's possession, it wasn't enough to charge him with a crime. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer calls out the Biden administration in his opening remarks, saying they did not want Hur's report to be released.
The White House has refused to be transparent with the American people about the president's mishandling of classified documents. And worse, they have appeared to have lied about the timeline, about who handled the documents, and even about the contents of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Hur.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz, speaking alongside former University of Alabama football coach Nick Saban, is at a congressional roundtable Tuesday addressing the so-called NIL deals, which allows college athletes to profit from their name, image, and likeness. Senator Cruz says he supports athletes, but he wants to see federal guardrails on how it works.
I think it is good that young men and young women who've worked incredibly hard to develop fantastic skills that in turn can generate enormous economic activity should be entitled to enjoy the fruits of their labor.
Wednesday night's Powerball jackpot is set for an estimated $559 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Plenty to cover as we get a new day underway. And lines available at 844-844-3388. I did a quick search. Just how fast was that darn thing moving? The SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. Yeah, we knew earlier in the week it had undocked Monday from the space station after a 6-month-long mission. Yeah, it had a NASA astronaut, one member of the European Space Agency, a Japanese astronaut, and a cosmonaut from Russia. Now, here's the interesting part. Although you will not be able to spot the actual splashdown, the craft will streak across the morning sky. It will appear as a slow-moving fireball, which did it ever. The spacecraft hit the atmosphere moving at 17,000 miles per hour, leaving a fiery trail of plasma in its wake. Whatever's in plasma,
okay, that's what I'm seeing.
17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, but the further it goes, the slower it goes.
Correct.
Because it's using the atmosphere to slow it down.
Yes.
So I was curious, at the time it's over Arkansas, how fast is she moving? 17,000 when it enters the atmosphere at Colorado to 16 mile an hour after the chutes deploy. Although the drogues, it said they open a drogue parachutes that are like 300 and some mile an hour. So it goes to 17,000 miles an hour from Colorado to somewhere near Pensacola to 300 mile an hour. Then they pop the drogues, and it slows down even further until the main chutes open, hits the water at approximately 16 miles an hour. So I'm curious at the time I saw it, how fast. So somewhere between 300 and 17,000.
That's a broad spectrum, but yeah, I'd say it was still moving thousands of miles an hour.
Oh, yeah, because if Arkansas was halfway the trip and it didn't even go through, it's probably, I don't know, three-quarters. What's 17,000 divided by three-quarters? That's probably your approximate-ish number. There you go. That's what I'll work on. That's
right.
Still moving, dude.
Yep.
So, anyway, kind of in the same aviation space, I was thinking after I called yesterday, we were talking about all these problems with commercial aviation today. And I did a lot of thinking, and I've always, when I started off I went to the Air Force right after high school, and I'm a mechanic by trade. I've been working on crap all my life. Well, I got news for you. The Air Force didn't make me fly aircraft, but they damn sure made me work on them, because what else would you do with a mechanic? Now, recently, through things with my YouTube channel and other people that I know that run YouTube channels and are in the aviation space, I've learned that the way we did things in the Air Force are not the way, at least general aviation, where like you own your own airplanes. They are not done anywhere near close to the same.
Mm-hmm.
Now, commercial aviation, that's not a space I know, but I'm curious. So I would wonder. See, in the Air Force, when you're working on an airplane, now I did most of my work was on F-15Es, and young airmen doing work on an aircraft. There's a point to where you literally have to have what's called a TO, a technical order, service manual, basically. You have to have it. I don't care how many times you've done the same damn job. Even if you memorize the damn book, if the pages are wore out because you turn the pages so many times, doesn't matter. You better be working with whatever you're working on the aircraft. The TO better be on the page. Now, this was in the mid-'90s.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they do it today, but it was a physical book, and it better be on the right page of what you're doing. Step by step by step. No questions asked. You better be on the right thing. You don't skip ahead. You can only work so far before you have to find somebody that's more qualified than you to sign off on the work you've done. So, to give an example, if you're putting a component in and you have to safety wire the nuts and bolts down, after you put the safety wire on, you go find somebody to inspect the work you did, to sign off on that. Then you can put the ballistic foam in the tank. Then you have to have someone sign off that was done properly, or it was even done at all. Then you can put the panel on it to close it up.
Mm-hmm.
You can only work so far, but for somebody else, has to verify you did your work properly. Here's another thing. We're talking about those thinking back to the door plug that fell off an aircraft with the bolts either missing or not torqued properly. Well, when you're working with calibrated equipment, anything like a gauge, for pressure testing something, or in my particular space of work, torque wrenches. Those have to be sent in. I forget the shop that we called it, but it wasn't just our shop, a fuel shop. It was all. It didn't matter if it was motor pool, if it was sheet metal, didn't matter. Every so often, torque wrenches, gauges, even something simple like your tire pressure gauge, had to be sent in to be recalibrated every so often. Also, most people don't realize when you're done with a torque wrench, you don't leave it, just throw it in your toolbox. You have to set it at the lowest setting that it has. So if it's a 50 to 150 pound, foot-pound torque wrench, when you put it back away, you set it at 50 pounds. It's the lowest setting it has. That's how you put it away. You never leave a torque wrench set anything higher than the lowest rating it has. And every so often, these things have to go in. So just because the mechanic torqued the bolts right doesn't mean he was using calibrated equipment to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in general aviation, if you own your own aircraft and you're not an A&P, meaning you're not certified to work on aircraft, you can work on it, provided it's how these other YouTube guys do it, and some of them I know personally. They could do it provided an A&P watch and monitor what you're doing. You also have to deal with what's called an A&P-IA. Basically, they are the guys qualified to inspect the work. But how much enforcement is done on any of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
That becomes an issue. I'll speak on the one I know personally, the YouTube channel Rebuild Rescue, ran by a guy named Jason Morrison. Good guy. I've met them. They're actually really good guys. Sadly, one of them died, in a plane crash. Sam, he's no longer with us. God rest his soul. When Jason had an incident where he had to me, a crash landing is like what happened to Sam. He's gone because of that crash. What Jason had happened to him, and the FAA wants to know everything that happens to these planes. And I mean everything. He took off, and then he landed later on, but when he landed, the plane took a sharp left upon touching the runway, and it went off the runway, folded the nose gear into the aircraft. Now the nose fell down, prop hit the ground, now it's a prop strike. So now it's a whole thing all this airplane has to go through. And he touches on this on a channel. What happened was the FAA wants to know exactly what happened. Upon taking off, the plane hit a piece of what in the Air Force we called FOD. And my dad say it was FO, foreign object. FOD was actually foreign object damage, but by the time I was in, the foreign object was just simply called FOD. You did FOD walks to look for foreign objects. It hit a piece of FOD, flattened the landing gear on the left side of the aircraft, so when he touched down, he left okay, he landed, he had a flat tire. That's what took him off the runway. But it was a little bit of problem because the plane had a bunch of ADs that were not done, basically a recall. AD stands for Airworthiness Directive. These things were not done. What happens is nothing tests anything better than real world. So when a plane has the same problems with it develop in time that the A&P-IAs I discussed earlier find the same type of problems, they have these ADs, recalls, we know them in automotive world, that these things have to be fixed or things have to be added to them to stiffen them, straighten them, make them stronger, better, whatever. So if a plane crashes, the FAA climbs all up into it to find out, was it pilot error? Was it something like with Jason's crash? It had a flat tire because it hit a piece of foreign object that came off something else when he took off. Why did it crash? Is it pilot error, mechanical failure, foreign object, weather? What happened? So ADs come from a common fail point of an aircraft. Doesn't matter what it is, the FAA wants to know about it. Now let's get into this. How does this get into the commercial aviation world? okay? Who's inspecting these things? Who is, like, again, back in the Air Force, did the mechanic do the job right and the torque wrench not? Was it, calibrated properly? Was the mechanic even do it? Did somebody sign? In other words, when a young airman like myself, before you close up a panel, have to have somebody inspect your work before you close the panel. Is that done? Is it done? If you could blame Boeing for some things, but what about the wheel that fell off? I don't know. I have a nearly 40-year-old Peterbilt. If my wheel end falls off, I don't know if you're going to say that was Peterbilt's problem. The truck's had 40 years worth of maintenance done on it. I don't think it's an original manufacturer's problem. It might have been faulty maintenance from the past, right? So if United has a wheel fall off of an aircraft, I don't know, is that Boeing's problem?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it whoever's repairing and doing the maintenance on the aircraft? Now, here's another thing for thought that got brought up on another show today. Now, I'm going to compare. It's not a fair comparison, I will admit, because the plane that I knew the most was the General Dynamics F-15E. The maintenance on that thing was said to be 7 hours of maintenance for every 1 hour of flight time. That's about what it averaged. But again, that's a combat fighter jet. That is not a commercial liner.
Mm-hmm.
What is the maintenance requirement? Like, what is the average? How many hours of maintenance does it take for every hour of flight of, say, a 737 or 777 or whatever aircraft they make, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's a fair comparison. Obviously, fighter jets they're smaller, but they're more complicated. There's just more stuff. They're made to survive a lot more and do a lot more. I don't know. How hard are they running them versus how much maintenance they're doing on them? U.S. Navy, completely, this is going to sound absolutely totally like, what's one have to do with the other? Well, in the 60s, they lost 2 submarines, the Thresher and the Scorpion. All hands lost on both. Sadly, my memory doesn't remember of which one was lost first, but they were both in the 60s. The Navy was trying to, because submarines are very prohibitively expensive. You think aviation is bad, submarines are worse. The Navy was trying to skimp on the maintenance to save costs. Well, they lost 2 nuclear-powered submarines, the Thresher and the Scorpion. Navy figured out, probably not a good idea to skimp on the maintenance on these things.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's what was thought was the cause of at the time. They later found out that it was a bad design in the had to do with the ballast tanks and emergency, blowing your emergency tanks to be able to surface in an emergency. There was some kind of screen that was installed to try to keep debris from flowing through the pipes, but condensation would freeze with that kind of motion and would freeze up in that line, hence not allowing the ballast tanks to emergency blow, and now you can't surface the ship under an emergency situation. So, point is, the Navy figured out not skimping on maintenance. Well, it seems like United is having a large part of the problems along with Boeing. So I'm starting to wonder if it's not an issue in the corporate structures of the airline and the airplane manufacturer, or a bad combination of the two between all these recent issues. You could claim unqualified pilots, unqualified maintenance, unqualified on down the line. Starting to wonder. Again, I have personal experience of being in the Air Force. I know people that work on civilian aircraft, privately owned civilian aircraft, and I have no understanding of what is the protocol procedures when you're working in commercial aviation as far as the maintenance side of things. But I certainly have more questions than answers. I just kind of have, from experience, for lack of better wording, the right questions to ask. but I do not have any answers. Clearly, there's a problem. Turn the page slightly on one other thing I've been meaning to bring up since this State of the Union. So now we're going to build, first of all, since when do we airdrop humanitarian aid into an area that is in a war, that is the enemy territory while we're at a war? Since when does that happen? Like, I don't think we were airdropping humanitarian aid to Berlin as we were firebombing it. You defeat the enemy, then you take care of what's left.
And
but
I think
you got to defeat the enemy first.
I think I mentioned the other night, if you've got all these for the civilians on the ground, and then you've got the armed Hamas members that are mixed or intermixed with them, who do you think came out with the ahead when it came to the humanitarian aid? Obviously, the guy with the AK or the AR, the weapons, came out with the food, and the civilians were like, "Get the hell out of here! You starve."
Exactly. So you're aiding your enemy.
Exactly.
There's a word for that. It's covered in the UCMJ. Now, granted, Biden is not he's not covered under the UCMJ, but anybody that follows those orders are. It's called treason. If you're risking aid being brought to the enemy, that's treasonous. End of story. You don't do that. You win the war, then you do what you have to do to try to help the civilian population. But you win first. Now, it gets real dicey, I get it. Israel's at war with them, not us.
Exactly. So they're
But
saying, I guess they're
they
saying
are an ally of us.
Palestinians are not the civilians, the civilian Palestinians. They're not our enemy. Well.
But you cannot guarantee that the aid you're going to send, and now you're going to put the U.S. military to build this port to get it in by ship rather than airdrop. And I'm like, what? So all we need now is to have so what? It's not boots on the ground, but it's boots in the water? What is this? I'm not trying to be an ass, but you have to win the war first. Then you worry about the civilians on the inside. But win it first. If you send any kind of aid, I don't care if you airdrop it, send it in by a new port or pier, helicopter, I don't know, teleportation, carrier pigeon. I don't care. If you are sending aid and it risks that the enemy can get that aid, that's treason. And somebody needs to start looking at that. I'm hearing that, and I'm like, what is I get it. You're bringing in all these illegal aliens because you're trying to change the way that the Electoral College counts numbers based on people, not citizens. But what is the value in this aid going to Gaza for the United States of America? How does that help us?
Yeah, I think you just hit the nail on the head. It's trying to quell the violence, quell the protesters that are in the streets. Blocking Biden's motorcade, right?
Yeah, they're not going to listen. It doesn't matter. You're not going to quell those people until people that are protesting, that are screaming from the river to the sea. They're not going to stop protesting until Israel ain't there. So it doesn't make a difference. You're not going to quell those people and make them happy. So don't even bother trying. That's just how I see it. If you want to win a war, it's real simple. We haven't won a war definitively since World War II. I'm sorry, but we haven't. You want to win a war, you be absolutely brutal and ruthless. Give violence a chance. Then when it's time done when the violence has done what it needed to do, then you can start worrying about the rest of it. But until you give violence a chance to win, you have to just be brutal until it's over. You cannot play this pitter-pat, Mickey Mouse, give a dog a bone thing that we've been doing for years and years and years.
Rules of
engagement. You have to be brutal or don't do it.
Yep.
There was listen, I'm sorry. Rules of engagement are a joke. The only people that follow them are us. And that's why we don't win anything anymore, because of these ridiculous rules of engagement. Not for nothing, Steve, we literally firebombed Berlin and Tokyo into basically nothing. And then in the end of World War II, when it came to the Japanese, 2 atomic bombs. That might have got to cut 1 or 2 civilians, but I got the point across. That's sorry, but that's how wars are won, by being more ruthless than the other guy and making the other guy fear you, that they never want to mess. Nobody wants to mess with you ever again because you were that brutal.
Yeah.
Not only do you win that war, you prevent the next one, because nobody will lift a finger against you again if you beat them down. Listen, it's just like a schoolyard bully. Schoolyard bully, he runs his mouth, pushes you, hits you, does his thing, until finally one day someone knocks a couple of chiclets out of his face. Now you're the guy no one wants to mess with, because you laid out the schoolyard bully and sent him to the dentist to try to get those teeth put back in. Now you're the guy no one messes with because you got the reputation.
I think we all got that message.
We don't do that no more.
Little Ralphie on Christmas Vacation, right? Or the Christmas Story. Yeah, I had that red-headed bully, right, with the green teeth. And when he knocked a couple of his teeth out, hey, the game changed. Cue ball, thank you. Thank you so much. We got to get a news break. Hey, Mike, what day is it? We may find out right after this. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The Supreme Court has extended a temporary halt on Texas's immigration law, which permits state law enforcement to arrest and detain individuals suspected of entering the country unlawfully. Initially scheduled to take effect on Wednesday, the High Court extended the pause to further review challenges to the law. A former Mar-a-Lago employee and witness in former President Trump's classified documents case is speaking on the record. Brian Butler spoke to CNN, detailing how he unwittingly moved boxes in 2022 containing classified material from Mar-a-Lago to Trump's private plane on the same day Trump was set to meet with Justice Department officials back at the resort. A top official from the National Institute on Drug Abuse is urging Americans to pay attention to the types of cannabis products teenagers are using, following a recent study revealing high school seniors are using Delta-8, a psychoactive substance. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, looks like truck drivers, you will now have a little more time to provide information about the predatory lease purchase agreements to the FMCSA. Following the request from OOIDA, they announced that they are extending the comment period through April 2nd. Now, they opened up that 30-day comment period in February. This is the Truck Leasing Task Force looking at the terms, conditions, equitability of common lease arrangements. So, let's see. OOIDA wrote to them on the 29th. Truck drivers need a little more time. We request public comment period be extended for 30 days to provide the task force as much data as possible. Now, let's see. The notice, they gave a 2-week extension rather than 30 days. FMCSA believes it is appropriate to extend the March 18 deadline to allow interested parties additional time to submit responses to the docket. Therefore, the comment period is now April 2nd. That's going to allow drivers, which many of you will be attending the Mid-America Truck Show next week. You'll there have a chance to participate because the Truck Leasing Task Force is scheduled to have their next meeting there Thursday, day number 1, in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show. All right, so now you know. Hey, what day is it? What do you say, horse feathers?
Well, I guess we got to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? I made it, Your Honor.
You did. I
wasn't sure.
I didn't expect we were actually going to hear from you this morning. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, the test this morning or yesterday morning. I guess it's yesterday morning now because we're on today. Because we did. What day is it?
There we are. Hump day.
There you go. All right. We almost forgot that. We would have had to do it all. We had to start the whole call all over again if we didn't do it right. Remember how that was in school? You did it wrong, and you start all over from the beginning. Do it all over again until you get it right. So anyways, the test I had this morning, we did a recheck of something that we'd had done way back in 17, that I didn't remember doing, and everybody told me there's no way you could not remember doing it, but I don't remember doing it. So anyways, it's been brought up on your show before, but there's a possibility that because men's and women's bodies are a lot the same, that men can have breast cancer as well as women can. So anyways, I have a lump in my left chest, and I kind of it kind of surfaced back up again, and so everybody kind of wanted to get it checked. And as I say, I do not remember having a mammogram 7 years ago, but apparently, according to all the records, I did. So anyways, they rechecked it. It's still a fatty tumor. There's no issue with it. Non-cancer, it's nothing to do with cancer or anything of that nature. And they said as long as it doesn't bother you, it can stay there. It's probably get a little bit bigger. It's already been bigger than it was 7 years ago, but not in a huge increase. And so as long as it's not irritating, doesn't hurt or any of that bad stuff, then it can just stay there and do whatever it does until it gets time that we really should take it out if we really need to or not. But anyway, so no issues, no drastic problems with that. And so, but anyways, we got another test this morning to do there, and that has to do with all the arteries and veins. We're going to do a catheterization and go in and make sure everything's still clear, because I have had a little bit of shortness of breath when I don't think I should be having a shortness of breath. So discussion with the cardiologist there a couple weeks ago, and we decided it'd be good to go in and do it. And there was a couple different ways to doing the check. You can do it through stress test or other ways. And we decided the catheterization was probably a good one to do, because if they're in there doing the catheterization and they find a problem,
they can fix it.
While they're there, they can put a stent in,
Yes.
and they don't have to reschedule another appointment. So anyways, if the Horse Feathers needs a stent tomorrow or this morning, I guess it is now, we'll be there for that. But we definitely won't be out tonight, because they said 24 hours after the procedure, you still can't lift, pull, push, or anything more than about 2 pounds. So in order for me to do my job, I have to be able to do that. So this time tomorrow, I'll be somewhere on rest and recovery yet. But as far as everything goes right.
When you had your heart attacks, it's been 7 years now, man. Oh man, did they put a couple of stents in then? What did they have to do there?
I got one. I had one artery that had 95% blockage. And so they put one stent in, and that's all. Everything else was good. So anyways, we're going to go back and see because as much as you change your diet and you do well, and after my heart attack, I dropped 30 pounds, and 20 of those 30 have come back. You kind of start falling into old habits. Old habits kind of come back. Not that I eat terrible, but I still don't eat the perfect rabbit world that that people would like you to. So bacon is still my friend occasionally. We go out and shake hands every now and then, and we you have your Belgian waffles with a little bit of whipped cream and jam on them and stuff, or the fruit on them, and
sure.
You have your pancakes with your maple syrup, and you know how it is. You still have your cheeseburgers. But anyways, kind of try to moderate a little bit. So as I say, I'm still 10, almost 15 pounds less than where I was when I had my heart attack. So I don't think we're terrible yet, but it's a possibility of still clogging some arteries in there. So we're going to go back and see what we can do. But anyways, we'll get on with that and get back at it. And then we got to as long as I'm cleared for everything and can get in the air, we'll be at the truck show next week and see everybody that gets there. So, and walk around and do some stuff there, and then we gotta get on that other subject that I do every year. You know what that our subject is, Your Honor?
Oh,
we got to get into this Make-A-Wish deal.
Oh,
we
that'll be here before you know it.
Get into this because I've been slacking a lot, and I've not been doing well playing with the fire truck, doing other things and getting it ready, and so we gotta we got to start knuckling down and doubling down and seeing what we can do to see who's going to help us out this year, and hopefully we can do as good as we did last year. And I'd like to try to take half more than that and add to it. So we'll see where we end up. But anyways, we'll talk more about that in the future. But anyways, I don't know. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to the news there, so I didn't really catch a whole lot of what was going on, other than the fact that I did hear on your news that we're finding another runaround. Did you catch that on your news? We got a runaround to give aid to the Ukraine because we're taking money from our own soldiers and military to give to the Ukraine army and military. Yeah, that, I don't know, something doesn't sound quite right there. It just, I don't know.
Somehow,
what happened to America first, Your Honor?
Somehow another, I believe it was $300 million worth out of our own inventory.
Yeah, but we're short on munitions and we're short on soldiers and
short on everything.
I don't know. Maybe that. Yeah. Maybe that money would go better to help our military be stronger when we need it for, I don't know, whatever else might be happening. Oh, I don't know. Maybe with Iran, possibly.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did mention something about Yemen last night. I don't know. Just a thought, Your Honor. But anyways, I'm sure all the people that are in charge and all that don't listen to this show anyways. And as far as all the other callers go that have never been first-time callers, y'all just stay on the sidelines. I like being able to call in. No wait for me. No wait for horse feathers. So apparently everybody likes listening to horse feathers all the time because nobody's filling up the phone line, so I can't get in. So don't worry about not getting your $60 of free product and all that. You just stay off on the sidelines, and the lines are wide open for me. And with that, Your Honor, we'll let you do your due diligence.
All right, we'll search for a more intelligent caller. Isn't that the due diligence? Hey, what do you say? First, let's get a weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Yeah, back to the Rockies, Denver, bracing for slippery travel conditions. And actually, much of the western USA. For those that have freight moving out west, the snow's beginning to unfold. In Utah this morning, moving into western Colorado. And we'll keep an eye on things as we progress on through the upcoming day. Snow drops into northern Arizona, northern portions of New Mexico. There's going to be broad accumulation, 6 to 12 inches here for the second half of the week. Denver, their actual forecast at this moment, predicting 6 to 10 inches. Could be the most significant snowfall the Denver metro's seen this winter to date. I think the biggest accumulation they had so far was somewhere around 8 inches back in, early on. It was like October. So we'll keep an eye on that. And, of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on potential, with that same storm system, severe weather outbreak impacting numerous states as we head through the second half of the week here. On to other industry headlines in the state of Colorado. Speaking of snowy conditions, right? What about rules of staying out of the left lane for truckers? Colorado's Senate panel has voted to advance a bill that includes a revision to the truck left lane restriction rules. Now, trucks already are prohibited from traveling in the left lane along I-70 through Glenwood Canyon. The Transportation and Energy Committee voted to advance an amended bill that would bar large commercial trucks from the left lane along multiple stretches of I-70. Specifically, in addition to Glenwood Canyon, trucks weighing at least 16,000 pounds would be barred from the left lane travel on Georgetown Hill, the Eisenhower Tunnel, and Vail Pass. As introduced, Senate Bill 100, applying the left lane restrictions along I-70 between milepost 116 in Glenwood Springs all the way to milepost 259 in Morrison. Tickets up to $100 for violators. Now, when it comes to chains, the Colorado Department of Transportation said commercial vehicles traveling through Glenwood Canyon accounted for just shy of 60% of winter closures on I-70. It's 57%. And they attributed many incidents to unchained trucks. There is another provision in the bill that would require truck drivers to carry chains when traveling on I-70 or any U.S. highway west of Morrison. The introduced version expanding the chain rule to include I-25 and state roads. Now, to date, you do have state law that already mandates that trucks carry chains while driving I-70 through the mountains. So looking to expand that in the state of Colorado. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There you go. It's official Hump Day. Couple of other messages from listening friends, starting with Hillbilly. Said, good morning, Steve. I'd call, but I'm really not in the talking mood right now. But I write to you and all the listening Overnight Drive family for a big favor. My mom had a medical procedure done this past Friday for cancer on her kidney. That went extremely well, but she's now come down with pneumonia in the lungs. So if I can ask for prayers for fast healing, I can tell you it is very hard for me being on the road. My brother's been keeping me updated with everything, but it doesn't stop me from worrying, no doubt. I'd like to say thank you in advance. Everybody be safe and have a good show. All right, prayers for Hillbilly's mother. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Up and at 'em. Coffee up this Wednesday morning. Shorty said, in our conversation with Cue Ball, he said, tell Cue Ball to check out Monkey Works on YouTube. Guess a lot of aviation stuff there. Monkey Works. All right, thanks for the heads up. There's Cripshot checking in. Great show this morning. Good to have you on board. Dennis said, replying to Horse Feathers there a few minutes ago, he said, I had that cyst thing going on in my, what I call the pecs, as I call them, when I was in my mid-20s. The doc told me it would dissolve, and eventually it did. But I do recall being worried as hell, back then, because you just don't know, right? He said, you're not doing steroids, are you, Horse Feathers? Okay. It is 844-844-3388. Update as TikTok is back in the news. Will we be banning TikTok in the United States. There is legislation pushing for that if TikTok refuses to sell out and not get out of being owned by the Chinese Communist Party. You've probably heard the background. This past day, the free speech video platform Rumble, they tell us, has offered to buy TikTok as that legislation moves through Congress that would see the popular social media platform banned in the U.S. if the parent company, that's ByteDance, does not divest from TikTok. In the event that ByteDance divests its ownership, Rumble is ready to join a consortium with other parties looking to acquire and operate TikTok inside the United States. Specifically, we are ready to serve as a cloud technology partner, according to the letter from Rumble's CEO. Yesterday, Rumble announced the public launch of what is known as Rumble Cloud, a new infrastructure as a service offering that champions the free and open internet. All data on the Rumble Cloud is stored safely and securely at sites inside the U.S. on Rumble's own neutral, independent infrastructure, they say. Now, the letter concluded Rumble's offer to serve as a partner to a consortium to acquire and operate TikTok is subject to the negotiation of a definitive agreement, obviously. TikTok had previously sent out a notification to American users, I guess a few weeks ago, urging them to stop a TikTok shutdown. Congress is planning a total ban. Speak up now before the government strips 170 million Americans of their constitutional right to free speech, they said. They did say if lawmakers went ahead and banned the app, this would damage millions of businesses, destroy the livelihoods of countless creators across the country, and deny artists and audience. They had prompted users, put in your zip code to be given the name and phone number of their congressional representatives, which on the trucking side, we've done that many times over the years. You can call the Capitol switchboard. You can just... Meanwhile, in other news, prices at the pump, where are we headed? According to the latest from Bloomberg, disruptions in the world's major trade routes, a.k.a. the Red Sea, refinery closures, and resurging demand are pushing up global fuel prices, making forecasts difficult in the run-up to this year's presidential election, where inflation will be a key issue, they say. Increases in the two most consumed fuels are outpacing those for crude oil in some of the world's most important markets. U.S. gasoline futures have jumped sharply in recent weeks, they tell us. Thanks in part, it's that time of year. We start talking about the transition to the summer spec fuels. And they're now up by more than 20% so far this year. Diesel in Europe is up 10%. Refiner profits are also above the seasonal norm in many regions, which is a sign of tightness as the summer travel period approaches. Interruptions to fuel production, which is a combination of scheduled work, some unplanned outages, and drone attacks on Russian facilities, have all been lifting prices. That comes on top of higher shipping costs as the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea and the drought in the Panama Canal, as well as supply chain disruptions are spurred by Western sanctions on the Kremlin. Now, we're talking in this country, well, we've got more than 1 million barrels a day of new refining capacity set to come online this year. These projects are notoriously prone to delays. The various moving parts are making it tough to forecast how much fuel will actually be available in a year where global demand is set to break yet another record. And voters in the world's largest economy will head to the polls. There is a risk that premium gas prices could reach a multi-year high this year, according to the head of oil trading and downstream research at Rystad Energy. There's not a lot Joe Biden can do in time for the election, he says. If this happens, right now we know strategic petroleum reserves are low. There are very few things the U.S. government can pull to try to lower gas prices. Now, the average gas price at the pump in the U.S. is now 60% higher than the start of November of 2020, a significant factor for voters when comparing how well off they feel right now versus when Joe Biden was first elected, obviously. And while the prices at the pump are rising relatively slow for this time of year, stockpiles are well below seasonal norm, and that's going to keep the refining margins elevated. That's all from the Energy Information Administration this past day.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Senate GOP leader Mitch McConnell is pressing Speaker Mike Johnson to bring a comprehensive foreign aid package to the floor for voting.
Well, as we all know, the world is literally at war. They're shooting at us, in addition to the fact that our friends in Ukraine are running out of ammo, and our friends in Israel need help as well.
Last month, senators approved a $95 billion national security package earmarked for military assistance to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. However, House Speaker Johnson has hesitated to schedule the bill for voting, insisting that the aid to Ukraine be tied to significant policy adjustments at the U.S.-Mexico border. Special counsel Robert Hur, who conducted the investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents, faced scrutiny on Capitol Hill Tuesday from both Democrats and Republicans. Republicans questioning Hur about his decision not to charge Biden for possessing documents after his time as vice president.
We did not, however, identify evidence that rose to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the evidence fell short of that standard, I declined to recommend criminal charges against Mr. Biden.
Democrats pressed Hur during the hearing for characterizing Biden as an elderly man with a poor memory, while Hur defended his report, stating the assessment was relevant. The chief of the Uvalde Police Department in Texas, Daniel Rodriguez, who has faced challenges, is set to resign, leaving his position in April. The city has not disclosed the reasons behind his decision to step down. Rodriguez happened to be on vacation in Phoenix when a tragic incident unfolded at the town's elementary school, resulting in the death of 19 students and 2 teachers at the hand of an armed gunman. Inflation is lasting longer than anticipated by economists. February's consumer price index indicating the cost of goods and services rose by 0.4% for the month and 3.2% from the previous year. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Supreme Court has extended a temporary halt on Texas's immigration law, which permits state law enforcement to arrest and detain individuals suspected of entering the country illegally. Initially scheduled to take effect Wednesday, the High Court extended the pause to further review challenges to the law. A former Mar-a-Lago employee and witness in former President Trump's classified documents case is speaking on the record. USA's Ryan Daniels with more.
Brian Butler spoke to CNN detailing how he unwittingly moved boxes in 2022 containing classified material from Mar-a-Lago to Trump's private plane. On the same day, Trump was set to meet with Justice Department officials back at the resort. Butler has already given his testimony to federal prosecutors in the documents case.
A top official from the National Institute on Drug Abuse is urging Americans to pay attention to the types of cannabis products teenagers are using, following a recent study revealing high school seniors are using Delta-8, a psychoactive substance. The director emphasized the negative impact of cannabis use on the adolescent brain and stressed the importance of educating teens about the associated risks. The renowned Big Bear bald eagles, observed daily by tens of thousands via webcam, may not see the arrival of 3 eaglets this year. The environmental team monitoring the webcam suggests it's unlikely that Jackie and Shadow's 3 eggs will hatch, citing uncertainties about environmental factors like temperatures, humidity, and oxygen levels. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
In this hour, we will get to mergers and acquisitions. Several to pass your way in the trucking sector. Who's buying who? And we'll get around to the electrification of the trucking industry, which In this man's opinion, it's all a pipe dream. It's a myth. And we'll tell you why. You probably already know, but meanwhile, thousands of spring breakers are cutting loose as they hit the beaches in Florida. Well, they hit the beach and then they hit each other. And it's only like day number 2 of spring break. Groups of bikini-clad girls and jeering guys flocking to the packed-out Jacksonville beach. Brawls breaking out on the beach. Florida officials announced plans this year to impose some of the toughest restrictions at Miami Beach. Earlier this month, they announced that last year there were 2 deadly shootings that broke out there. Now, curtailments include parking fees reaching $100, closing the bars as early as 6 p.m. to try to rein in the chaos, which apparently means much of the party has now moved 45 minutes north to Fort Lauderdale, where authorities appear to be slightly more relaxed. A ramped-up police presence was noticeable. Officers on bikes, buggies, and SUVs. Others seen leading their canines between the sunbathers on the crowded beaches. Barely a patch of open sand to be had on some stretches of Fort Lauderdale Beach, apparently. They're calling it Spring Break Central right now. Okay, elsewhere, swaths of half-dressed youngsters dancing at daytime parties on the beach, in the back of pickup trucks and on the boats that they've rented out for the day. Spring break last year saw 488 arrests in Miami Beach alone, more than 230 of which were felony offenses, and more than 100 firearms were seized at just Miami Beach. Now, the video circulated, produced by Miami Beach officials, trying to put people off in the coming days at the beachfront city. This March, you can expect things like curfews, bag checks, and restricted beach access. They go on to say DUI checkpoints, $100 parking, strong police enforcement for drug possession and violence are all part of the plan. As a matter of fact, last year the Miami mayor actually wanted to cancel spring break entirely. They did put midnight curfews in place. Of course, just a few weeks ago, Governor DeSantis said that his state, at the state level, they're ready to help out some of these local communities to maintain order. 140 state troopers have been ordered out to some of the hot spots, and actually said he's willing to send additional backup if the need arises. Spring break underway in Florida. Well, hello, Pappy. What's happening?
Party on, Garth. Right?
That's it.
Party on down there, man. Kids will be kids. What's happening, Steve? Hey, man, I'm glad to hear you say that the 2-time world championship manure hauler was driving his 4-wheeler up there, because if he would have to drive that big rig, Steve, you realize how far downwind he would have to park?
The manure hauler.
Oh, man. Hey, the headless horseman made it official tonight.
He did.
Yeehaw. Thank you. Thank you, Horse Feather. Man, Steve, all these lies that the Dems and the socialist media have been pushing out, they're starting to have to realize and come clean, Steve. I don't know if you've seen some of this, but that whole story, which we already knew, because Bongino talked about it and said how it's impossible. I guess when Trump left the Capitol and they were on their way back to the White House.
Yes.
And the disturbance broke out, or the armsurrection, right? That's how it started out. It was an armsurrection. Then it wasn't an armsurrection. They had to call it just a surrection because there wasn't one person arrested with a firearm. But anyway, this lady comes up, testifies under oath that Secret Service told her that Trump was so mad he wanted to go back to the Capitol that he reached over and grabbed the wheel.
I remember.
Of the limo, and then tried to choke out the Secret Service driver, Steve. And the media went with this for weeks. And then when the Secret Service agent testifies in front of the committee and says, nope, that didn't happen, they try to hide it from us. Who we're dealing with, Steve? And then they were trying to come out. Remember when they were trying to say Trump never ordered the National Guard?
Right.
Come to find out under testimony, yes, he sure damn did.
All uncovered. He offered to bring in 10,000, and it was declined. But they buried that. Liz Cheney and the committee buried that, Pappy. How could they do that?
That's my point here, Steve. Is not only do they lie to us, they keep it from us when it's proven to be false. That's how devious these people are. Man, you want to talk about some zero integrity, zero honor, zero morals. And these people get elected? Unbelievable. Just like the big guy, man. We're, not going to send any tanks to Ukraine. That could escalate things. What do we do? Send them tanks. Not going to send them any fighter aircraft. That could escalate things. What do we do?
Yep. There they are.
And here the whole earth is on the verge of a nuclear war because of all this craziness going on. These yahoos we got trying to run our lives. Yeah, Steve, I just wanted to make a point tonight, man. Listen, these globalists that want us to bow down to them because they're in charge when we're not. They think they're kings, and just want to make a point, Steve. I think we'll be okay, but if not, if we lose this election, and we lose this country, globalists got one thing to worry about, is we bow to one king. Only one king, Steve. And that's King Jesus. And that's what they got going against them. So they can take that to the bank and chew on it a while.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about all I got. Hey, Mercedes went to the doctor today, Steve. She came home and said, hey, the doc gave little Junior a 2-day eviction notice.
Oh, okay.
Her due date is the 14th. And they said, hey, you don't go into labor by 2:30 a.m. on Thursday's date, which is Wednesday night going into Thursday morning. Be up here 2:30, we're going to induce labor.
Okay.
So I guess it sounds like probably, sometimes you just don't know, probably, I guess Thursday the 14th, we'll have a little baby brought into this world, I guess. So
a little bambino.
Everything goes okay. Yes, sir. Supposed to work tomorrow night. Figured I'll go on in. I don't know. Maybe take her down there and drop her off, come back home, and drop the cruiser off and go back up there, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. I doubt it. I doubt if I'll be in Thursday. I'll probably have to take Thursday off.
Right. Trying to remember.
And then off the weekend. So
when they induced Beth for Rowan, she kind of did what Sadie did. She went in for the routine appointment, which was I think she was about a week before the due date. And then some kind of level, something in the blood was so high, they said, you're not going home. This is like a 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning appointment we took her down to. Said, you're not going home today. And once they induced her, man, I think, it was almost 24 hours later before the baby was finally born, before Rowan came out. But it took an eternity.
Yeah, that's right. You just don't know. Well, it is what it is.
Yep. All right.
Everybody's different, If they could, I guess, put the medicine in her or whatever, and boom. 2 hours later, here it comes. But 2 days later, God love her. 24 hours of labor. That's a long time, Steve.
It was, yes.
All right, my man. Appreciate you taking the call. Great calls by everybody, and I appreciate it. And probably talk at you tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. We'll probably give you a shout. And hopefully, if that thing comes out on your Friday show, I will let you know.
Very good. All right. Well, good luck, and let us know. Thank you much, Pappy. Okay, back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So Bloomberg breaks it down. The Biden administration rolling out the big plans for electric vehicles, charging stations, hydrogen fueling infrastructure on the freight corridors. We're going to decarbonize the supply chain, accelerate the adoption of emission-free big rigs. The roadmap released this past day, designed to focus on what could be billions of dollars of spending along some of the key routes to catalyze private investment in the new infrastructure. This is critical to cleaning up the diesel pollution from all your big trucks. Officials want to speed the adoption of zero-emission 18-wheelers and other trucks used to haul the goods around the country. That, in turn, is going to help shave companies' fuel costs. And we're going to clean up the air around some of the most heavily trafficked highways, according to the White House climate czar, Ali Zaidi. This is a big move to deliver environmental justice. 75% of the big truck traffic travels on just 4% of our nation's roads, jeopardizing the health of our most vulnerable communities. According to the strategy unveiled by the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Energy, the ultimate goal is a affordable charging and hydrogen refueling network for zero-emission trucks by the year 2040 now. The plan would help companies meet sustainability targets and winnow Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions tied to transportation of goods, where more than 70% of the freight we know is carried by trucks. The transportation sector, you're responsible for about 29% of greenhouse gas emissions, more than a fifth of that coming from medium and heavy-duty trucks. Yet, shipping's historic reliance on petroleum-based fuels has indeed made reducing those emissions a very, very real challenge. Across the U.S., there are just 92 electric charging stations capable of serving heavy trucks. Did you hear that? 92? And only 9 of them, yes, less than 10, are fast charging sites, according to the Energy Department data. Although companies are expanding their EV fleets and their own charging capabilities, the highway charging infrastructure, it's non-existent. That's going to be essential to wider deployment. Hydrogen fueling stations will also be needed to support use of hydrogen-powered vehicles that the truck makers anticipate hit the market in the next 18 to 24 months. How many corporations are actually electrifying their fleets, I'd like to know. We're going to prioritize investments over 4 phases, singling out the most heavily used freight corridors as well as ports to start with. They're going to direct investment to states with policies encouraging zero-emission vehicles and areas that have a lot of air pollution. In total, some 12,000 miles of roadways will be prioritized between now, this year, and 2027, including Interstate 80 that runs east to west across the lower 48. Other highways cutting through California, Texas, and Florida. Roads around some of the key ports, like the ports of L.A. and Long Beach. Houston, New York, and Miami, they'll be at the front of the line to get the clean charging and fueling upgrades. They go on more with the electrification, but I had saved this from, this was Thursday a week ago. I hadn't touched on it, but I thought, well, that just runs hand in hand. Vast swaths of the United States are at risk of running short of power as electricity-hungry data centers and clean technology factories proliferate around the country, leaving utilities and regulators gasping for credible plans to expand the nation's creaking power grid. In Georgia, demand for industrial power is surging to record highs, with the projection of new electricity use for the next 10 years now 17 times what it was just recently. Arizona Public Service, the largest utility in that state, struggling to keep up, projecting they will be out of transmission capacity before the end of the decade without some major upgrades. Northern Virginia needs the equivalent of several large nuclear power plants to serve all the new data centers that are already planned and under construction. Texas, where electric shortages are already routine on those hot summer days, is in the same dilemma. Soaring demand is touching off a scramble to squeeze more juice out of an aging power grid while pushing commercial customers to go to extraordinary lengths to lock down their energy sources, like building their own power plants. When you look at the numbers, it is staggering, according to the chairman of the Georgia Public Service Commission. They regulate electricity. It makes you scratch your head and wonder how we ended up here. How were the projections that far off? This is a real challenge that we've never seen before. A major factor behind the skyrocketing demand is the rapid innovation in artificial intelligence, driving the construction of large warehouses of computing infrastructure that require exponentially more power than traditional data centers. It's also part of the huge scale-up of cloud computing. Tech firms like Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, scouring the nation looking for locations for new data centers. Many lesser-known firms are also on the hunt. Then how about cryptocurrency, the proliferation of crypto mining? Currencies like Bitcoin, transacted and minted, is driving incredible data center growth. It's putting pressures on the already overtaxed grid. Now, all these data centers, that's before we even begin the process of trying to electrify the trucking industry. Do you get the bigger picture here? Now, the situation is sparking battles all over the country. Who's going to pay for new power supplies? Regulators concerned that residential ratepayers are going to be stuck with the bill for all these costly upgrades. And it threatens to stifle this transition to cleaner energy, as utility executives lobby to delay the retirement of fossil fuel plants and actually bring more online. It is 844-844-3388. How do those two work hand in hand? They just don't. We'll be right back.
USA News Update. The Supreme Court has extended a temporary halt on Texas's immigration law, which permits state law enforcement to arrest and detain individuals suspected of entering the country unlawfully. Initially scheduled to take effect on Wednesday, the High Court extended the pause to further review challenges to the law. A former Mar-a-Lago employee and witness in former President Trump's classified documents case is speaking on the record. Brian Butler spoke to CNN, detailing how he unwittingly moved boxes in 2022 containing classified material from Mar-a-Lago to Trump's private plane on the same day Trump was set to meet with Justice Department officials back at the resort. A top official from the National Institute on Drug Abuse is urging Americans to pay attention to the types of cannabis products teenagers are using, following a recent study revealing high school seniors are using Delta-8, a psychoactive substance. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, and we'll get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. A new day, hump day. Philip joins us from Florida this morning, safely back on the Earth Cruise 7. How about that? Did you get to tune into that, or are you working?
No, I was working when all that went down. If you get a chance, though, look at the footage that NASA had on that on YouTube, Steve, and they've got some really cool pictures. They actually got the capsule coming down through the plasma, and you can actually see it with an infrared camera, so they can see the heat signatures and whatnot. It looks really cool.
Hey, I don't know, you
get a chance to go on YouTube.
You probably weren't with us in hour number one. Cue Ball actually called in. He just happened to be right there, pretty much dead center in the state of Arkansas, and he heard me mentioning last evening in the program the path that this thing was going to take. So he stopped, and he got an incredible video of this thing going pretty much, straight overhead, going right over top of him. And he was kind of questioning. The tail off this thing was just incredibly long. He said, what's in that tail? And after that, go ahead.
That tail is that plasma. And what plasma is when the rocket's coming back, or when it's coming back, the metal goes through the atmosphere. It builds up heat. You can't just come straight down when you're coming back from space. You have to go at an angle, because if you go straight down, it'll generate so much heat. It'll literally, it's like a blowtorch just tearing it apart. And that's pretty much how it is. Steve, you ever seen somebody cut metal with a torch before?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're cutting metal with a torch, you've got a handle you squeeze and it adds in the oxygen. You know, it fluctuates the amount of oxygen that goes in with your gas, and it liquefies the metal. Well, it's the same way with that. You're going from a vacuum, like it's like a vacuum, to you're going to gravity, okay? And there's friction, and that friction is like a blowtorch, and that's what causes that plasma. And that plasma goes around that capsule. The thing with those capsules, the biggest thing is the heat shield that's on the bottom. If you didn't have that heat shield, you'd die instantly. And that's why you see those capsules come back. The bottom of them it's burnt bad, but the tops of the capsule are burnt because that fire is going around it, and it's burning it up. That's the reason that one shuttle blew up, was because it had a hole in one of its wings where those tiles were. That's the heat shield, and it just like a blowtorch, just beating it right out. Just taking a torch on it, just beating it right out till it disintegrated the vehicle. So I'm about to check. Tell Q-Ball to put that on his.
He did.
On his FSC.
It's up there. It's there. He shared it on my Overnight Drive fan page. I don't think I've shared it on my personal page yet, but it's there on the FSC trucking page. He's got it there.
I'll have to go over and look at that. And while we're talking about Q-Ball, Steve, can I give you a little Matt's update?
Yes.
I'm not going to be going to Matt's, but my job is I got to get information out there to you guys so y'all know what things to look for at Matt's, because I've been doing a lot of research on it. Steve, you're gonna be at the Hot Shot Secret display, right?
Correct.
In that area?
Yes.
In that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so anybody wants to go see Steve Summers, you're going to go to booth 12036.
Correct.
That's the Hot Shot Secret booth. So if you want to see Steve Summers, go to that booth. Now, if you want to see Q-Ball, you're going to go to the Green APU booth, which is not too far away from Steve. I don't know the ending numbers, but it's in the 131s, which is it's in that same area where Steve is going to be. Now, if you're going to be there on Friday, I heard this last night, and you want to see Bruce Wilson, Tim Gentry, Alex, the mother trucker, you need to go down and see the folks at the Fitzgerald booth, which is it's booth 30075. It's going to be in the South Wing. It's going to be at the Fitzgerald trailer exhibit, which is going to be semi-casual. All the Fitzgerald brand stuff is going to be at that one booth. And yet, at 1 o'clock, you'll be able to see all those internet influencers. You'll see Tim Gentry, Bruce Wilson, Alex, the mother trucker, will be there. Semi-casual, all those guys will be there. You'll see Tom Fitzgerald and Brian, and you'll get a chance to see them. Now, Steve, are you going to see Q-Ball when you're up there? I mean, is he going to come on and do anything with you?
I know that he's hoping to come over and be able to say, hey, I think he had actually put a message in with Mindy. I don't know if she's got him into the schedule or not at this point. We're definitely going to try to get him on, though, to say, hey.
Okay, there's somebody that Q-Ball knows that you need to have on your radio show, and she's a really nice lady. Her name is Dominic. Now, a lot of people on YouTube know her as Dominic, the dump truck driver. She was there last year. She's going to be there again this year. She confirmed it on her website. She hasn't, or not website, but her YouTube channel. She hasn't made the announcement of where she's going to be at, but she's going to be there Thursday and Friday. If you can get Q-Ball to get her on, she is a very interesting interview, and I think she'd be really cool for the show for a lot of guys to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, guys, if you want to keep up with this lady on YouTube, it's Dominic, the dump truck driver. And if you get a chance, look at her latest video that she's got out. She had a conversation with a gentleman, the company called Edison Motors, which we talked about Edison Motors as far as building an electric truck. But they had a very interesting conversation in a video about why people look down on truck drivers and why they it's not recognized as a trade. If you get a chance, watch that video. It is a very interesting video. The gentleman from Edison Motors, he is a truck driver. He's a log truck driver from Canada who's developed these electric trucks for logging, and he's developing them for trucks on the highway. But he had a very interesting backstory that a lot of drivers don't know about why people look down on truck drivers. They don't recognize them as a trade. And the main reason being, he said, was because of deregulation. And we've talked about that before. I think we've talked about it a time or two. And it's something that we need to look at. Truck drivers make an honest living. I did it for 25 years. I'm very proud of my trucking background. I still use it today, even though I drive a monorail. And I'm not ashamed of any of my trucking. Anything I did in trucking, I still admit that I was a trucker for many years, and I'll still always claim it. And that's what a lot of guys need to do. They need to stand up and say, hey, this is a legitimate trade. We're out here to make a living for our families just as much as an electrician or a plumber or a concrete guy or a guy working on computers. So what's your take on it, Steve?
Righto. We're looking forward to it. I think the plan, according, I talked to Mindy yesterday, and we're talking about, again, kind of like we did last year, we're going to be live on the Facebook and the Rumble, and I guess also I'm assuming the app will be live during the show. We're not going to do the format where we're taking the news breaks at the top and bottom of the hour. She made it sound like with the camera set up and everything. Yeah, we'll do a 30. I think she said we'll have like a 15-minute break each hour, but like on the YouTube and Rumble, we'll have the camera set up so people can just see what's going on with the crowd and the people walking by and all that. So I think that's the plan we've got. A little different this year.
What's the time frame that you're going to be shooting that?
Oh, it's going to be like pretty much all day. I think, of course, Friday we're going to start, I think, at like 11:30 or 12, and we go to like 6 p.m. And then Thursday, Friday goes till Saturday. Things start a bit earlier because the show closes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But I think we're supposed to be live pretty much almost for the whole thing.
Well, that's awesome, man. I tell you what, I'm not going, but if anybody wants to go and get any information, I mean, everything I got it pretty much off the Mid-America Truck Show website. Mm-hmm. They have a full map of the facility. Like Fitzgerald, they're going to be in the South Hall. You're going to be, I believe, in the North Hall, if I'm not mistaken. Tim Gentry and those guys, Gentry and Sons Trucking, they're going to be over on the other side of Freedom Hall. So, and if you can, I mean, Q-Ball mentioned it the last time he went. If you got to go to one side or the other of that place, you better make sure you got your walking shoes on. He said, because you're going to do a lot of walking. I mean, I haven't been there before, but from what Q-Ball said, a few times I've seen him talk about it, he said that place it's pretty big. Is it pretty huge, Steve? Oh,
it's 1 million square feet of exhibition space. 1 million.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at some of the booths. Mack Trailers down on the bottom. They're going to be on the south side there by Fitzgerald. Their booth is going to be massive by the layout, the way it shows it. Also, if you get a chance, Steve, I want you to check out a couple of trucks. If you get a chance to go to Fitzgerald, Semi-Casual is building 2 589 Peterbilts. Now, if anybody doesn't know about the 589, that 589 is the truck that replaced the 389. And it is supposed to be the most updated version that Peterbilt's making. They took and built 2 of them. There's an orange one and there's going to be a black one. But if you get a chance, I've been watching these trucks being built on YouTube, and it's pretty cool what they've done to a bunch of them, to both of them. The black one, they actually made it a flat top, which is, that was kind of crazy to cut the top out of the truck and redo it, but they did it. But if you get a chance, look at that. if you get a chance to go to Gentry and Sons Trucking, check out Weston's truck. If you go to Troy Massey's area, which is Troy Massey's going to be on the outside, he's going to be in the truck show as far as judging for that. Check out Bo Cephas. He's working on Bo Cephas right now. SH2 out of Kentucky, they're going to be bringing some stuff there. Check out Jesse's truck. There's a lot of good rigs that are going to be there. Interesting. And please, guys, give these guys a nod because they've been working months on some of these trucks. Get them to this show. So, did you talked to Vic last night about Cape Kennedy? I heard a little bit about, he was talking about Apollo 1. Do you remember that, Steve?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm kind of glad he brought up Apollo 1, and he was right about the space race that we had with the Russians. He talked about LBJ. It actually started before LBJ with Kennedy. When the Russians launched the Sputnik satellite, we had to get up ahead of them, and that's what kind of put the ball running for us to go to the moon. And Kennedy was one of the guys, we're going to go to the moon. And LBJ, he brought up Apollo 1, which is where the 3 astronauts actually perished. It was an electrical fire, but it was a flash fire because of pure oxygen. And what I mean by that is oxygen is needed in a fire, and it's a key component. Fire won't work without oxygen, and if you put a massive amount in it quickly, you're going to have a flash fire, and that's what happened with them. They could not open the door fast enough to get them out, and that's a lot of people don't know that, but it took 5 minutes to open the door, and they were gone less than a couple. So that's hollow ground over there. We're talking where that rocket was at was in Launch Complex 34, which Apollo 7 took off of there. It's the only one that actually took off out of that. Steve, were you just talking about hydrogen semis just a few minutes ago about the EV deal?
That is correct. They're looking to get the hydrogen fueling stations in.
Okay, so Steve, I know you like the SLS program. I'm not a big fan of it. I've mentioned it before. But the SLS program is a hydrogen and oxygen fueled rocket, just like the space shuttle was. It uses the same system. If they can't get that right, and they have problems with leakage with it, how are they going to make a semi that's going to go down the road with the same kind of fuel? I don't understand. It's incomprehensible. They're going to be out 18 months in developing a hydrogen-powered semi, and you've got some of the best engineers in the world working on a rocket that can't get a rocket to go up because of leakage. How are they going to develop a semi? That's my big question, and that's my big question about it. As far as the EV stuff goes, it's going to be coming. I think with Tesla's going to be pushing more of their stuff out there. But I think the EV stuff is backing off out of it right now. It seems like to me that the technology is still moving, but it's backing off from the industry. It's still there, but it's not as strong as it was. I think what's going to happen is going to be your hybrid systems, like Edison Motors is developing. I think that's what's going to play key with it, because we're going to have to go to that before we go to pure EV. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I'll talk to you later, and thank you for having me.
All right. Safe travels, and have a great morning. Speaking while we're in the Sunshine State, they're calling it the Share the Road campaign. The Florida Trucking Association seeking to promote road safety and awareness. This will be public service announcements educating drivers of all vehicles how to share the road safely and improve driving behaviors. A particular emphasis is safety around trucks and buses. The Share the Road initiative reflects our ongoing commitment to safety, underscoring the vital role that collaboration plays in enhancing road safety for all users. Florida Trucking Association President and CEO. As leaders in the trucking industry, we are dedicated to fostering an environment where every motorist can feel safe and secure on the road. Now, a big part of that is understanding how to safely share the road with large trucks and buses. The messages across multiple media platforms covering safe following distances, blind spot awareness, general guidelines for sharing the road responsibly. Spearheading the initiative is the Florida Road Team, which is a division of the Florida Trucking Association. Florida Road Team, proud to raise awareness about the importance and safe interaction between trucks and other vehicles. Together, we can keep the roads safe for all drivers and their families. So I guess it's driver education classes, trucking companies, professional groups, press conferences that they'll be having throughout the state of Florida. Let's see, I think they said since the start of the campaign, they've provided about 150,000 students across the state with education on safe driving techniques, including how to safely share the road with trucks. That's getting the drivers when they're young and where they need to know it the most.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, question from one of our listening friends. Will you be taking phone calls like we do on a normal basis during the Mid-America Truck Show? That would be no. Pretty much just as the case was last year. We'll just be, one after another, talking to various folks in the industry. So, coming up later this afternoon, hey, before I forget, lest I forget, it's getting to be that time of year. I was trying to snooze, trying to sleep this past afternoon after having the dental work, and lo and behold, if my neighbor doesn't fire up the damn lawnmower, I'm like, hey, it's too early. Jim, it's not even growing yet, but it's getting to be that time of year. He cut his grass. But this is the neighbor he'll cut the grass every other day when the season really gets underway. Hot Shot Secret live today, because folks all around the country are going to be doing this. 3 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern Time. The focus on this week's Hot Shot Secret Live is going to be that spring lawn equipment maintenance. As you break all this stuff out of the garage or the shed for the first time in the new year. Spring lawn maintenance tips. That'll be Hot Shot Secret's Facebook page and the Hot Shot Secret YouTube channel. Of course, they always take questions, again, live 3 o'clock this afternoon. Hope you can join in there. Who we got on board? Is it Reed or Red? I'm not really sure.
Red.
Red. Hello, Red.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Hey,
How you been?
I've never heard anybody that looks down on truckers. We wouldn't have a supply chain without this gentleman, you know?
Right.
I don't know where he got that. How do they feel unappreciated or?
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
I was calling. I wondered about
There's a.
your schedule for the. Are you on Thursday?
You mean?
Hello?
Thursday of when? I mean, for next week during the truck show you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, the truck show's not till
next week.
Yeah, next week. So we'll be live Monday morning, Tuesday morning, and Wednesday morning, I believe. Yeah, the Wednesday night, Thursday morning show would be like a playback, and then we're doing the live thing from the show each day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday during the day, which would be played back again during the overnight hours each day.
Oh, okay. On your regular app?
Yeah,
on the overnight radio app?
Yeah, the Hot Shots.
Okay.
I mean, the YouTube. Not, Hot Shot Secrets on the YouTube page today. We're on the Facebook and the Rumble, and we'll be on the app, the overnightdriveradio.com app as well.
Okay, that's what we listen to you on, yeah.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Hey, hold, hang on there. We'll be right back there. Red?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Senate GOP leader Mitch McConnell is pressing Speaker Mike Johnson to bring a comprehensive foreign aid package to the floor for voting.
Well, as we all know, the world is literally at war. They're shooting at us, in addition to the fact that our friends in Ukraine are running out of ammo, and our friends in Israel need help as well.
Last month, senators approved a $95 billion national security package earmarked for military assistance to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. However, House Speaker Johnson has hesitated to schedule the bill for voting, insisting that the aid to Ukraine be tied to significant policy adjustments at the U.S.-Mexico border. Special counsel Robert Hur, who conducted the investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents, faced scrutiny on Capitol Hill Tuesday from both Democrats and Republicans. Republicans questioning Hur about his decision not to charge Biden for possessing documents after his time as vice president.
We did not, however, identify evidence that rose to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the evidence fell short of that standard, I decline to recommend criminal charges against Mr. Biden.
Democrats pressed her during the hearing for characterizing Biden as an elderly man with a poor memory, while her defended his report, stating the assessment was relevant. The chief of the Uvalde Police Department in Texas, Daniel Rodriguez, who has faced challenges, is set to resign, leaving his position in April. The city has not disclosed the reasons behind his decision to step down. Rodriguez happened to be on vacation in Phoenix when a tragic incident unfolded at the town's elementary school, resulting in the death of 19 students and 2 teachers at the hand of an armed gunman. Inflation is lasting longer than anticipated by economists. February's consumer price index indicating the cost of goods and services rose by 0.4% for the month and 3.2% from the previous year. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Supreme Court has extended a temporary halt on Texas's immigration law, which permits state law enforcement to arrest and detain individuals suspected of entering the country illegally. Initially scheduled to take effect Wednesday, the High Court extended the pause to further review challenges to the law. A former Mar-a-Lago employee and witness in former President Trump's classified documents case is speaking on the record. USA's Ryan Daniels with more.
Brian Butler spoke to CNN detailing how he unwittingly moved boxes in 2022 containing classified material from Mar-a-Lago to Trump's private plane. On the same day, Trump was set to meet with Justice Department officials back at the resort. Butler has already given his testimony to federal prosecutors in the documents case.
A top official from the National Institute on Drug Abuse is urging Americans to pay attention to the types of cannabis products teenagers are using, following a recent study revealing high school seniors are using Delta-8, a psychoactive substance. The director emphasized the negative impact of cannabis use on the adolescent brain and stressed the importance of educating teens about the associated risks. The renowned Big Bear bald eagles, observed daily by tens of thousands via webcam, may not see the arrival of 3 eaglets this year. The environmental team monitoring the webcam suggests it's unlikely that Jackie and Shadow's 3 eggs will hatch, citing uncertainties about environmental factors like temperatures, humidity, and oxygen levels. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
around as we roll on into the early hours of a Wednesday. Yeah, midweek already. Hump Day coming on. Good to have you on board. All right, we had to hit the news break there. I apologize. Red was on the line, and I think she had something else you wanted to ask. Go ahead, Red. Welcome back.
Oh, yeah, hi. Hey, Q-Ball was talking about the effects of the vaccine mandate on different professions, and that's what caused the nursing shortage. You know, when they did that to us,
sure did. Yep.
Most of the older nurses retired early, and the young ones looked for jobs that didn't have the mandate, you know, like insurance jobs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the one thing I did notice, I worked a couple years after that, and I worked on a 16-bed critical care unit. The young people, like in their 30s and 40s, with extensive blood clots. Now, whether it was from the vaccine or exposure to COVID, I don't know, but I never saw so many blood clots in my whole career.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they say the vaccines have something to do with that. I don't know.
That's been the suspicion for quite some time. Yes, and then, you know, it may be years from now before we ever get the reality of what really happened.
Right. And we'll say some prayers for Horse Feathers, too, that his procedure goes well tomorrow. And that's about it.
All righty. Well, thank you for chiming in this morning, Red. Have a great day. Yeah, speaking of, let's see, I looked at my counter over here, and I thought, damn it, I was supposed to do this like a week ago. Mr. Procrastination himself, you know, tends to put things off. I had received that message from Cookie, and I told her I'd send her some stickers. And I've had them sitting over here, but I got to get at the post office to get me a little manila envelope or whatever to put them in the mail to her. But she did share an email with me. I said, if you can just give me your actual name and address, which she did. But she told me a little bit about herself. Hossy Joe, that's what she goes by on her Facebook page. Yeah, she said, the name came to me because when my single city slicker's sister was asked if she was concerned with Y2K, remember all that hype? Yes, I do remember that hype. She said, no, I'll just move in with my sister. Half Amish sister. Voila. Hossy was born. Now, she might have thought she was slinging a jab at me at the time, me being just a simple country homemaker. But I'm quite proud of being self-sufficient. Larry and I always had a huge garden, and we canned a gazillion jars of the Bounty. We heated our home with wood. We had all the preps for months of roughing it if need be, and lived a frugal but fulfilling life together. She says, I sure do miss him. It'll be 3 years without him this July. But I've got great memories of living our life together as husband and wife. Had he beaten cancer, he would be celebrating 50 years. We would be celebrating 50 years of marriage here in the month of March. Cookie was just one of Larry's nicknames for me, starting back in the CB days. I love it. It brings a smile to my face every time I hear it. All right, I could go on and on, Steve. Sorry for bending your ear, but I'll be listening to the overnight drive when I can. I enjoy hearing all the calls from the hardworking, everyday, real people out there. And thanks in advance for the sticker. I'm sure it'll look great on my camper. I bought a new 6x10 cargo trailer and tricked it out for a camper last year. It's small, but just what I need. I enjoy showing it to friends and fellow campers, so there you go. Cookie. And the last thing she said was, be extra sweet to your wife and enjoy every moment with her. Cookie actually found our show here, the Overnight Drive, very early on, and I guess maybe her husband had listened over the years when he was back in the CB Handle days. But she was taking care of him pretty much round the clock as he battled his cancer before he went on to pass away. And she still tunes in from time to time when she's up late in the evening. So I've got to get to the post office. But thanks so much for sharing there, Cookie. 5-7, what do you say? Happy Hump Day.
Oh, sounds great. Coming on board. Enjoyed it. Talking about, I want to throw this in. They're talking about kids moving out of Miami into Fort Lauderdale. Brought back a memory. I collect movies. I've got one of the very first beach movies made in 1960. It's not like Frankie Avalon and Ned Donatello and Beach and all that. Well, it has a serious tone to it, but it's where the boys are. Had Connie Francis in it, one female actress played with Elvis, and eventually she became a nun. I can't think of her name for nothing, but I will always remember the scene where the police chief was standing on the door or on the porch, looking at his officers. There's about 9 Harley Davidsons sitting out there in a row, and they're standing there at Addie. He goes, Addie, we are about to be besieged by the North. Students,
right?
Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio. There's going to be all kinds of wild craziness and violence. He goes, you know what? They have a right to come down here and blow off a little steam. And he said, and he told them to go out and do their best. And he goes, and God help our soul. So this thing with Fort Lauderdale, this goes back to 1960, you know.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, the name of the movie back got me in trouble too. I was standing there, if I ordered it, come in at Walmart, I go to pick it up. There's this real old lady standing there, and she looks on this package. I had the code number, handed it to her. She looks at the package, she goes, and then she looks at me, she looks at the package, looks up at me, and I go, I can just read what this woman's saying. I said, no, open up the package. It's a movie. It's, where the boys are. It was so funny. That got me in trouble, just that title. The way they see it. Hey, Steve, I got to ask you a question. Are we at war with Russia yet? Are we actually at war with them?
It's a proxy war. That's the term they would use, a proxy war, yes.
And we just had a cosmonaut come down with the rest of that. Mitch McConnell saying that, our friends in Ukraine, we got to help our friends in Ukraine, so he wants the House to, shake loose some money, start sending out some billions of dollars. But I noticed the news tonight when I got up, 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. and I taking a drinking call, and on the media they're saying, and they made it sound like a negative. When Trump gets in office, he's going to cut all funding to Ukraine. I guess it's a terrible thing. And I made it look like, it just made it look and sound like it's a terrible thing. You know what? I'm not happy that Russia invaded their neighbor. I am not at all. But, man, like Marjorie Taylor Greene was pushing for, where's this money going? Give us a list.
Yeah.
How many tanks bought this money? It's supposed to balance the freaking budget, guys, for this money just going down a black hole. So it's just crazy. Got to wonder if that cosmonaut coming down from outer space had a relative that was killed and annihilated in some of them tanks that the United States gave the Ukraine missiles to fry his relatives. This is craziness, and it just, go Donald Trump. I don't have a problem. Hey, Putin already lost part of that battle. He didn't want NATO nations up against to his border, but because of his actions, he lost Sweden and Finland. So they're going to be part of NATO and right up against his border. So, let's just, this craziness about getting people killed and putting American boots on the ground which I understand we've got some people in there that are training them how to use our missiles. And that's how we got into Vietnam. So, let's get out of there and let them work that out. And like Trump said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to take sides. I'm going to stop the killing. And America needs to wash her hands of the blood that we're not claim we're not responsible for, but we keep sending the tools to kill. That's my opinion. 5-7. We're going to be out here copping the mail.
There you go.
Steve Summers, Overnight Drive.
Safe travels, and thank you for tuning in. Hi, shout out to Philip. I know he's looking forward to the big Starship launch, which is slated for Thursday, right? Thursday, fairly early. I'd have to go back and double check. I think he said 7:30, 8:30 in the morning, something like that. But what I see is someone just posted where they issued the air flight zone restrictions here this past day, I guess, for the Boca Chica, Texas area. Beginning March 14th, 2024 at 11:50 UTC until the 14th at 14:31 UTC. That's the space operations area. So everything coming together, and they've got all the latitudes and longitudes, the flight restrictions. Nobody's supposed to be in the air. So that is on slate again. At this point, counting down, this is going to be the third test of the SpaceX massive Starship. Test flight IFT number 3. And we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did I get to the mergers and acquisitions? I do not believe I did. Here's the rest of the story. Here we go. It's TFI International announcing the acquisition of less-than-truckload carrier Hercules Forwarding this week. This came down Monday after the markets closed. Hercules operates a 31-terminal network throughout the U.S. and Canada, focus on intra-U.S. and U.S. to Canada shipments. The company has more than 210 trucks, nearly 600 trailers, and about 75 containers, generating revenue of more than $100 million annually. The nearly 40-year-old company has 2 headquarters, Vernon, California, and New Westminster, British Columbia. It is a non-union carrier serving numerous sectors: retail, construction, automotive, food and beverage, as well as 3PLs. TFI's U.S. LTL company, T-Force Freight, is represented by the Teamsters Union. They did not disclose financial terms, but the statements they always issue. This bolt-on acquisition fortifies our U.S. LTL portfolio while adding cross-border LTL into Canada, creating a partner for our Canada to U.S. shipments, offering synergy opportunities on both sides of the border. That was the statement for President and CEO of TFI. Now, Montreal-based TFI said late last year that they're contemplating a spin-off of their specialized truckload business. Following the $1.1 billion acquisition of Daseke, the acquisition roll-up of flatbed carriers, that deal is supposed to close sometime in the second quarter. The other, number 2, Dateline Birmingham, Alabama, Diamond State Trucking and Logistics, a subsidiary of PS Logistics, has acquired Yorty Transport. According to the statement released by PS Logistics, headquartered in Morton, Illinois, Yorty Transport is a founder-owned carrier established in 2018 by Avery Yorty, specializing in flatbed, primarily hauling railroad, steel, lumber, and building material freight across the central and southeastern U.S. According to the PS Logistics statement, Yorty Transport's freight mix and geographic coverage are complementary to that of Diamond State's and will provide immediate opportunities to realize operational strategies. Yorty Transport will now operate under the Diamond State name. Yorty Transport's founder, Avery Yorty, said he believes partnering with Diamond State is the right move for the country. They're a great partner for my business. Throughout the process of working with them, it became very evident that they are committed to the driver's success. I'm excited that Yorty will now be a part of a larger organization providing greater freight choices for Yorty's drivers and operational expertise. So there you go. Let's see. Since 2016, PS Logistics has successfully acquired 26 trucking operations and 5 non-asset logistic operations across the U.S. So mergers and acquisitions. Here we grow again, as they say. Gilligan, how we doing this hump day?
Oh, I'm doing all right, Steve. I thank you for taking my call. I do have 2 bits of news. I don't think anybody touched on it. Now, I saw some scary news. Lady Heatwave is in the hospital. From what I heard from Heatwave's post online, she was in ICU, the last I heard.
Okay.
So everybody, please play a prayer for Lady Heatwave. The other bit of news I do have is Dirty Harry messaged me yesterday, and he's going to be off today. He's probably going to be asleep tonight. He wanted me to let everybody know that he had a biopsy on his lung.
Mm-hmm.
It went okay, but a lot of pain. He won't get the results back till next week.
Okay.
So please keep Dirty Harry in your prayers. He's not. This is
he's sitting
a little
on
scary on his part.
Sitting on pins and needles. I mean, he lost one lung several years ago. So I mean, it's the thought. I guess he had something showed up in the X-ray. So he's hoping it's not cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure the exact details, but I do know that he messaged me and said he did have a biopsy.
Okay.
So he and he's supposed to give results next week.
Well, now
he wanted me to pass it on to the listeners.
As far as Heatwave goes, I mean, I'm thinking back. It was right about this time a year ago. You guys were coming down to Louisville. He and Lady Heatwave made that drive all the way across the country, only for her to end up in the hospital there in Louisville for several days. So we have no idea what's going on with her at this point. They're running tests. Is that all you know, or?
The last update was like 8 hours ago, and he's here like, I'll keep everybody updated. That's all I got. He put it on your fan page. I checked his page. I haven't talked to him personally. I don't want to bother him right now because there's a lot going on, I'm sure. And he said he was awful tired, so I really don't want to call him in case he's asleep. You know what I mean? I know he's stressed out over Lady Heat Wave being in the hospital, especially when they put her in ICU. You know, that's some scary stuff right there.
Okay.
I mean, let's keep praying for Lady Heat Wave and definitely Dirty Harry, and hopefully it's not lung cancer again. I mean, if he's already lost one lung, he don't need to lose the other one.
Right. That don't work.
That's a scary thought.
Yep.
Exactly. It will not work. I know you had to cut me short last night because you was ending the show.
Yep.
Something I wanted to touch on. I know you're coming up on news break here in a minute or two. I want to bring this up. They keep on talking about now they want to count the illegals in the census so to count towards House seats and this sort of stuff. Wasn't the first impeachment of Donald Trump involving, quote, foreign interference in our elections? That is foreign interference in our election.
Right.
Isn't it ironic that the Democrats are pushing for foreign interference in our election? These people are not legal U.S. citizens, and they tried to impeach Trump for foreign interference in our election. Well, my voice is still a little rough, Steve. I appreciate you taking my call, and I hope everybody has a safe night. Take care.
All right, thank you for the update. And, yeah, no doubt, prayers for Senior Heat Wave. I guess that might explain why we haven't heard from him in a couple of nights. Let's see. No, I did not catch that in the news break. What did he say? He said, did you hear that stuff? Federal government wants to give illegal immigrants 0% financing on homes. What the? Look it up and see what you can find. Okay, I'll see what I can dig up on that. Well, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, I did have, and can share with you more on this coming up here, that New York is spending on average $387 each day to house and feed each of the 64,800 illegals they're taking care of there, according to the numbers from City Hall. What's that translate to? More to come.
USA News Update. The Supreme Court has extended a temporary halt on Texas's immigration law, which permits state law enforcement to arrest and detain individuals suspected of entering the country unlawfully. Initially scheduled to take effect on Wednesday, the High Court extended the pause to further review challenges to the law. A former Mar-a-Lago employee and witness in former President Trump's classified documents case is speaking on the record. Brian Butler spoke to CNN, detailing how he unwittingly moved boxes in 2022 containing classified material from Mar-a-Lago to Trump's private plane on the same day Trump was set to meet with Justice Department officials back at the resort. A top official from the National Institute on Drug Abuse is urging Americans to pay attention to the types of cannabis products teenagers are using, following a recent study revealing high school seniors are using Delta-8, a psychoactive substance. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. What a mess they've created. Remember the collapse of Convoy? Apparently that's left truckers unpaid for completed shipments, forcing many of them to reach out to the shippers for payment. One such shipper is IKEA. They've filed a federal lawsuit to resolve who is responsible for paying the truckers. Is it Convoy or is it the customers? It was back last October. Convoy abruptly shut its doors, ending a company that once was worth billions of dollars. Big name investors, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos. Consequently, small business truckers expecting a payment from the startup freight brokerage still waiting to get paid. Now, although owner-operators and small fleets are turning to shippers for their paycheck, it's not clear if the shippers are actually on the hook. The question of who is liable for payments to truckers is the center of the lawsuit filed by IKEA against Convoy and more than 40 small business trucking companies. Earlier this year, IKEA filed an interpleader lawsuit in Illinois Federal District Court. Now, that's a lawsuit that's filed by a party who owns property that's being claimed by multiple parties. The court is asked to decide who has the rights to the property, which is placed into the custody of the court. In this case, the property is more than $500,000 owed for IKEA shipments brokered by Convoy. IKEA apparently entered into a contract with Convoy that was good from July of 21 through June of this year. Per the contract, IKEA was to pay Convoy for shipments after all obligations had been fulfilled. Among those obligations was full payment to subcontractors. IKEA could withhold payments until all obligations were met. On the other side of the transaction, Convoy's contract with truckers stated the company will pay motor carriers regardless of whether shippers pay Convoy or not. Now, in exchange for that guarantee of payment, truckers cannot invoice or otherwise try to collect payment directly from the shipper, apparently. IKEA's lawsuit claims Convoy has not paid the more than 40 named trucking defendants, despite the terms of the contract. And trucking companies are now reaching out to IKEA in an attempt to collect. Now, in addition to the trucking companies, numerous freight factoring companies are also seeking payments from IKEA shipments that were brokered by Convoy. Caught in the crossfire between Convoy, IKEA, and the trucking companies is the venture debt investing company, Hercules Capital. The lending company had provided substantial financing to the startup digital brokerage, Convoy. As part of that financing agreement, Hercules Capital secured interest in Convoy's assets, including the accounts receivable, after they defaulted on the loan, Convoy, that is. Hercules foreclosed on its assets. Consequently, they've notified IKEA of their attempt to collect the $500,000 in shipments. However, IKEA claims that it owes Hercules Capital nothing since neither it nor Convoy has paid truckers for their services. Two things are for certain. First, IKEA owes more than $500,000 for shipments brokered by Convoy. Second, truckers and factoring companies are owed part of that money. What is not certain is who owes whom. Like I said, what a mess. Okay, hello, Vic.
Hey, boy, that sounds like a tangled up mess.
Yes.
But back in my trucking days, on a straight bill of lading, on the right-hand side, there was Section 7, and basically the shipper's going to owe for the freight under the old ICC rules. I don't know what it is like now, but the broker, I'm curious, these broker laws now, apparently somebody can just pretty much set up and declare themselves as a broker with very little backing or bonding. Well, I guess what I was trying to think of, to make sure that they could honor all their agreements. So, but the other thing too is that Convoy, that was the name of that brokerage company, they could be subject to severe criminal penalties. And if anybody still had IKEA freight on their truck, usually what happens is most people just take that freight and hold it hostage until they get their payment. So I don't know, it would be quite an interesting thing to sort it out, but $500,000, that seems like not much money to take those kind of risks for the penalties that those people could be facing, because they could be a guest at one of the federal installations pretty quickly. But anyway, what I called in about was you were talking about all this stuff with the fuel. Have you ever heard of the Synthetic Fuels Corporation? Back in President Carter's day?
Does not ring a bell,
because
no.
President Carter... okay. Well, President Carter set that up back in the energy crisis. And you could take coal and make a lot of gasoline, a lot of other things, but it was set up basically to experiment with a lot of different fuels. And here in the Illinois coal basin that has a high sulfur, and also the oil that they pump here, all that has high sulfur. And there were some diehard Republicans that actually voted for Carter, because if Carter had been reelected in 1980, a lot of the coal mines and oil well people there in the Illinois coal basin, they had, I think, 3 what they called synfuel plants on the board. And anyway, there was quite a procedure that went along with that. And then Reagan got elected, and he went through the synfuel money on, absolutely weird stuff, and it was pretty well gone. And then they were back to pumping oil, and then supposedly the Reagan administration and T. Boone Pickens got together and crashed the oil market. And at that time, I had quite a few of the Illinois coal basin energy producers as customers, and they were all rather upset. They'd been living pretty high on the hog, and then the oil market collapsed, and everything went the other direction. Then a lot of them, I think, wound up either going out of business or some went bankrupt or whatever. But the big thing is, somehow, some way, every time that they started down the track to optimize fossil fuels, something always derailed it. And why, I don't know whether the oil companies did it on purpose or not. I don't know, because even going back forward, Ashland Oil, they're out of Kentucky. They had so much extra gasoline at one time when they had the gas wars. You probably don't remember that, but that was right before the Arab oil embargo and stuff. And I think gasoline was down like 18, 19 cents a gallon, and the stations were fighting back and forth. But they had Ashland Oil had so much extra gasoline, they started a small company called Halsett, and they were helping set up independent gas stations to burn gas, even though they also had their Ashland Oil branded gasoline stations. And then the oil embargo hit. It pretty much put all the little independent people out of business. So, and then are you familiar with Thornton's, the gas station?
Oh, absolutely. You got one right around the corner from me. Yes.
Okay. Well, supposedly the Thorntons, I'll probably get this wrong. I'll just say they were supposedly related to either the Hatfields or the McCoys.
Okay.
And both of those were rich people, and they had coal. And so then when that energy embargo hit, that Arab embargo hit, they made a lot of money off coal. And then they, in turn, that's when they started their gasoline stations. And they were more modern than the old independents were, and that's where they kind of got their growth going. And I pretty much lost track of them a long time ago, but I know they put a lot of the little local independent people out of business and stuff. But the thing of it is, the synfuel thing and the energy thing, I went through all that. They switched from the lead to the aromatic hydrocarbons, and in your gasoline, you couldn't, lead would ruin your catalytic converters, so they had to go to all that. And what I've never understood was they know like whenever you have these different fuels on the synthetics, and you probably have to talk to Chris, and I know he's messed. I don't know if he still messes that tar thing or not, but someone more familiar with it than me, because I'll probably get this wrong. But if they would take like an extra step or two in refining fuels, and it's either shorten the hydrocarbon chain or lengthen it, you cut way down on the emission. And this has been a known factor for a long, long time. And why we're still worrying about switching over to electric on the basis of emissions, and there are so many drawbacks to that electric. It just defies the imagination. So there has to be something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the end game is. They're trying to cut down on like the oil companies and stuff, like the Hunt brothers. They were really strong on conservative things. I don't know. You could probably fantasize all day long, or theorize, I should say, on why they are not making proper use of all of our fossil fuels, coal, natural gas, you name it, because I have a hard time believing that the emissions and the fossil fuel is going to bring an end to the earth and climate change, and they're making so much about that. And just, we have had hydrocarbons burning in the atmosphere forever. The earth has its cycles, and I've talked about that endlessly, and I can't do celestial navigation, but if you talk to somebody that does celestial navigation, they'll tell you that the earth has rotated to the point to where after a while the North Star will not be what they are looking at for true north. And the North Pole, every surveyor will tell you, it moves I think it's 7.6 degrees to the west every year. And the Earth has been doing that for eons. Mm-hmm. And when it does that, that's when you get, the sun and everything is at a different angle. And all we ever hear is, if you don't quit burning fossil fuels, the world's going to come to an end.
Yep.
Well, interestingly enough, Steve, some of the people up in North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, some of those people that had rather astounding corn yields this year, the only thing they could figure out was Canada had the wildfires, and it put carbon in the air, and it went into the soil. And the more carbon you have in the soil, the better crop yield you have. So, like I said, I just know a smidgen of everything that all this fits into. But we have very, very intelligent people, geologists, and they lay all this stuff out. But yet, even Biden there, he's talking about climate change. Well, yeah, we know the climate change. We know why it changes. And it's been changing long before people were making, we were using fossil fuels for energies. And just like you seen down there in Texas with that prairie fire, that's been going on. Forest fires have been going on. All this stuff. So now we're going to decide we're going to electrify the heavy trucking industry. And I don't know, you can't make a battery big enough or strong enough to do all that. Mm-hmm. A lot of your heavy equipment in the coal mines, strip mines, and all that, they did run off electric, but they had the juice there. It was stationary, But so that we're talking about this mobile power stuff. I just don't see how they're going to make it work. And the other thing too is EVs, electric vehicles, are not emission free. When they drive down the road, you're going to be scraping those tires off. You're going to be putting emission in the air. You're going to be messing up, if it's concrete, that's going to be putting carbon dioxide in the air. And whenever electricity, I don't know why, but electric motors actually make ozone. So you're going to have more ozone in the air. So there has to be
unintended consequences. Because we had talked about the study had resurfaced again here a few weeks ago. That actually the electric vehicle is more environmentally polluting than the internal combustion engine counterpart. The amount of tire wear, as you said, which ultimately gets the rain comes down, it washes. The roads get cleaned off, and where does all that go? It goes into the water. And the rest of the story, is history, and we'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, with each passing day, we're one day closer to the once-in-a-lifetime event, the solar eclipse. A story out of up in Eskimo Mom's neck of the woods, Wapakoneta, Ohio, which will be one of those many cities in the path of totality here in a couple weeks. I know we can go from coast to coast. Areas that are in that path of totality are doing the same, making big plans for lots of out-of-towners. But from Wapakoneta specifically, the eclipse now just weeks away. It'll be a big boost for the local economy. According to the co-owner of Tipbacks of Wapakoneta, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be in the line of totality. Tipbacks is a wine and craft beer hub. We're used to bringing in themed items for all of our events, according to Stephanie Kennedy, the co-owner. And this will be no different. There will be a special eclipse-themed wine and even a bourbon complete with an eclipse label. People are going to want to buy this stuff, collector's items, Everybody is just going to want to taste it, because of the name. From stickers to candles to T-shirts, everybody's in on the total eclipse. According to the local Chamber of Commerce there, it means a whole lot to the community. They say they've been working for years to make sure the community is ready for what the total eclipse will bring. The Ohio Emergency Management Association has been working to help them know just how many people to expect. Now, the estimates that they've given us are well over 100,000 people for Auglaize County, that little county. And we're talking about a county where less than 10,000 people live. But they say it's not unusual for us. You're going to have 10 times the population there for a day or two. Being the home of Neil Armstrong, that's attracted large crowds of space enthusiasts. In years past, like the anniversary of the Apollo moon landing. So an event like this really does help with the ability to operate in such a small town. But they say they're prepared for whatever happens. But one thing is for sure, come about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on April the 8th, the moon will eclipse the sun. I mean, the number of people that are all going to be looking at the sky at the same time, it's kind of bigger than yourself. That'll be big. The one kicker in this whole thing is, what does Mother Nature have in store for that day? Now, we know it's all but impossible for forecasters to tell us what's going to be happening accurately 24, 48 hours away. Being this far away, AccuWeather actually has already tried to lay out what they anticipate will be when millions of people are looking toward the sky on that date. Total solar eclipse, hoping Mother Nature doesn't spoil it. Now, the long-range outlook said they've identified weather patterns and emerging trends where they, just a few days ago, gave their first look at what they're anticipating for the astronomical event of the decade. This is all based on long-term historical average cloud cover data from NOAA and many other foundations. What do we anticipate here? Southern Texas and areas of the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes right now, they say, have the best chance of favorable weather for the total solar eclipse based on the latest data. The odds of cloudy weather slightly higher for the Mississippi Valley and the Tennessee Valley, while the Northeast faces the highest risk of clouds. Still too early to tell, but we'll see if that holds true. Final hour just ahead. Stick around, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Senate GOP leader Mitch McConnell is pressing Speaker Mike Johnson to bring a comprehensive foreign aid package to the floor for voting.
Well, as we all know, the world is literally at war. They're shooting at us, in addition to the fact that our friends in Ukraine are running out of ammo, and our friends in Israel need help as well.
Last month, senators approved a $95 billion national security package earmarked for military assistance to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. However, House Speaker Johnson has hesitated to schedule the bill for voting, insisting that the aid to Ukraine be tied to significant policy adjustments at the U.S.-Mexico border. Special counsel Robert Hur, who conducted the investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents, faced scrutiny on Capitol Hill Tuesday from both Democrats and Republicans. Republicans questioning Hur about his decision not to charge Biden for possessing documents after his time as vice president.
We did not, however, identify evidence that rose to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the evidence fell short of that standard, I declined to recommend criminal charges against Mr. Biden.
Democrats pressed Hur during the hearing for characterizing Biden as an elderly man with a poor memory, while Hur defended his report, stating the assessment was relevant. The chief of the Uvalde Police Department in Texas, Daniel Rodriguez, who has faced challenges, is set to resign, leaving his position in April. The city has not disclosed the reasons behind his decision to step down. Rodriguez happened to be on vacation in Phoenix when a tragic incident unfolded at the town's elementary school, resulting in the death of 19 students and 2 teachers at the hand of an armed gunman. Inflation is lasting longer than anticipated by economists. February's consumer price index indicating the cost of goods and services rose by 0.4% for the month and 3.2% from the previous year. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Supreme Court has extended a temporary halt on Texas's immigration law, which permits state law enforcement to arrest and detain individuals suspected of entering the country illegally. Initially scheduled to take effect Wednesday, the High Court extended the pause to further review challenges to the law. A former Mar-a-Lago employee and witness in former President Trump's classified documents case is speaking on the record. USA's Ryan Daniels with more.
Brian Butler spoke to CNN detailing how he unwittingly moved boxes in 2022 containing classified material from Mar-a-Lago to Trump's private plane. On the same day, Trump was set to meet with Justice Department officials back at the resort. Butler has already given his testimony to federal prosecutors in the documents case.
A top official from the National Institute on Drug Abuse is urging Americans to pay attention to the types of cannabis products teenagers are using, following a recent study revealing high school seniors are using Delta-8, a psychoactive substance. The director emphasized the negative impact of cannabis use on the adolescent brain and stressed the importance of educating teens about the associated risks. The renowned Big Bear bald eagles, observed daily by tens of thousands via webcam, may not see the arrival of 3 eaglets this year. The environmental team monitoring the webcam suggests it's unlikely that Jackie and Shadow's 3 eggs will hatch, citing uncertainties about environmental factors like temperatures, humidity, and oxygen levels. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regen, Defense increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And away we go, final hour. Good to have you with us. Midweek already. And counting down. Mid-America Truck Show. We'll be rolling in 1 week from today. The show will be kicking off early on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, by the way, if you want to learn more, the official website is Trucking Show. Plural, truckingshow.com. Very simple to find. Get all the latest registration info, parking info. They do have some hotel discount reservations there available through the truck show. Most of the nearby hotels are at capacity at this point in time, but over the years I've had friends, neighbor Dave and Teresa. There have been several occasions they've rolled down on Friday, and miraculously they were able to get a room at the same hotel we were in. So I guess you just never know. Sometimes there's cancellations, things like that. But quickly, before we get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388, going back to the, literally just weeks away now, the solar eclipse. AccuWeather breaks down some things that you may not be aware to look for, what you'll experience. Some subtle differences could be noticed in areas that only experience a partial eclipse, but much more significant changes in that narrow path stretching from Mexico to Canada that are in that path of totality. Now, they say, first of all, while everybody's attention is going to be focused on the sky, looking down can reveal another scene that not many have experienced. Spectators who look at the horizon during totality will witness the colors of sunrise and sunset around you in every direction. The 360-degree sunset effect caused by the light from the sun in those areas that are outside the path of totality, and it only lasts as long as the sun is completely blocked. That'd be something cool to check out. Sunset in all directions? That would be weird, wouldn't it? Now, as the moon causes day to turn to night, the darkness will reveal the stars in the sky as well as a few planets. Shouldn't waste much time looking for planets and constellations since they can be seen at night during different parts of the year. But the eclipse will make it easy to spot Venus and Jupiter. They'll be in a similar area of the sky as the sun on April the 8th. Okay. Something called shadow snakes. One of the rare phenomena to look for is shadow bands. Shadow bands are thin, wavy lines of alternating light and dark that can be seen moving and undulating in parallel on plain-colored surfaces immediately before and after the total solar eclipse. Some people also call them shadow snakes, since the wavy motion looks like snakes slithering on the ground. Now, this doesn't happen during every eclipse, so it's not a guarantee we'll see these on April the 8th. If they do appear, they'll only be seen in the moment before and immediately following totality. Shadow bands are dim. They're challenging to catch on camera. So if you hope to see them, you might place a white poster board or maybe a bed sheet on the ground wherever your viewing site might be. They may even appear on snow-covered ground if winter weather is still occurring, but that's probably not going to, no, not this one. Hopefully not in April. Please, no. It could happen, though. Then a drop in temperature. Not only does the eclipse cause the environment to appear different, it'll feel different. When the sunlight fades at twilight, you always notice how things start to cool down. That's true, even with the temporary dimming of the total solar eclipse, depending on factors like the time of the year, the cloud cover, the length of totality. The air temperature can drop more than 20 degrees. There was a solar eclipse in 1834. The air temperature in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, reportedly dropped by 28 degrees. Wow. Now, astronomers tell us they're not expecting the temperature to drop as much in April compared to the 2017 eclipse, which took place in the summertime. But you'll probably still feel the temperature drop during and immediately following the celestial alignment. And lastly, animal behavior. The sudden darkness during the middle of the day can play a trick on animals, and depending on what type of creatures and critters are around during April's eclipse, you may be able to see some strange animal behaviors. There was a study before the 2017, the Great American Eclipse. Researchers at Cornell University and the University of Oxford found that birds became confused in the moments before totality. Chickens may think the eclipse is the sudden onset of night and look for a place to roost, followed by daybreak, which would spur them to look for food, as most chickens eat in the morning. Crickets will also start chirping about the height of the eclipse. It may not be as pronounced this year since the eclipse occurs in the springtime versus the Great American Eclipse that took place in the summertime. Not as many crickets would be out in the month of April. That makes perfect sense to me. Well, okay, it's just a few weeks away. Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Got a pretty good show going on tonight there, brother. Well, let's start out with Tennessee. She said that truck drivers were rude, crude, and socially unacceptable. Well, maybe she wasn't talking about all of them. She's probably just talking about me. What do you think?
It's a distinct possibility. That's a possibility.
Don't answer that. Well, Scarecrow was talking about them Amish people last night. Isn't that correct?
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Scarecrow, wasn't he talking about the Amish last night?
Yeah, yes, that is correct, that were involved in that horrific crash, yes.
Yeah, well, does he know what an Amish woman's secret fantasy is?
I doubt it, but I bet you know the answer.
Yeah, 2 Mennonites.
Okay, go figure.
Yeah. Well, anyway, there's two different sects anyway there, so, and that's SECTS, not SEX. I'm going to do that eclipse in about 3 hours there when I get back in that bunk and give my pillow some head there, so it's been a long day. My 42-year-old daughter, Tennessee, had to run her to the emergency room this afternoon. She's only 42, but at the age of 39, she had a stroke. See? Everybody's born with a hole in their heart, and most people just close right on up as they get older, but hers never did, so it let a blood clot slip in there. So, yeah, she's got a medical device in there to keep that heart going. But anyway, she was having some, well, I can't even think of what they called it right now. But anyway, she's back at the house. She's doing all right. She got to quit drinking them Red Bulls, Steve. She said that was going to kill her, right?
That is correct. Yes, she's probably having palpitations. Is that what it was?
Yeah. Well, no, it was something else. I'll tell you later when I can think of it there. Today is National Dermatologist Day. But I visited my dermatologist a couple of weeks back, so I don't have to call her and tell her to have a good day anyway, though. And today is National Canine Veterans Day. Is Striker a veteran canine?
He's not a year old yet, so he wouldn't be a veteran, would he?
No, probably not, Ian. He ain't been in no war there. But anyway, we're still honoring your son and Striker today, too. And the last one is National Open and Umbrella Indoors Day. Well, I don't want it to rain in my house, Steve. I'm going to leave the umbrella outside as long as it's not raining. And I'm on my way to Vegas. I seen on the AccuWeather app that Flagstaff, Arizona is looking at getting a lot of snow out there. So wish me luck. That'll be all my bull on it for today. Have a great, blessed day. I've enjoyed the show, brother. We'll let somebody else get in here.
Thank you very much. Yes, and indeed. Yeah, there are winter storm watches, as I mentioned, all the way down into the likes of, Flagstaff, northern Arizona, northern New Mexico, even central portions of those states. Yeah, the snow's supposed to be dropping in as we speak here this Wednesday morning. I'm not seeing anything quite yet reaching down into northern Arizona. A few flakes of snow falling, though, in southern Utah. It won't be too long before that begins dropping in. Speaking of which, weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions this morning. I give you the latest on the wintry forecast, which will begin unfolding in earnest here Wednesday into Thursday, and then sparking possibly severe weather further to the east as we head into Friday's time frame. First, let's get an NTPA update.
The MAC runs it back with horsepower to spare in Derbytown. Then a break until Memorial Day weekend, followed by a breakneck pace until summer officially arrives. All this as we complete our retrospective of last year's champs and begin looking forward to a 54th championship season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We hope you've enjoyed our multi-part look at the champions and award winners of 2023, but now it's time to turn our attention fully to the new season. In this report and the next few, we'll make an in-depth examination of the 2024 Grand National regular season calendar, followed weeks later by the ever-expanding regional national circuit. But before we get around to making your summer plans, the NTPA is gearing up for its first Grand Invitational event of 2024 in hallowed Freedom Hall on the campus of the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will bring together 4 championship divisions, Pro Stock Tractors, Super Semi Trucks, and Mini and Multi-Engine Modifieds for one night of thrilling action on Saturday, March 23rd at the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show. Check out ntpapull.com for a current list of invited competitors and more Mack Trailer Winter Nationals event details as they are finalized. Louisville should whet your appetite for what promises to be the most exciting Grand National campaign ever. It launches in Benson, North Carolina for the Mule City 300 at Gallant Motorsports Park. This year's iteration of the Mule City 300 features 6 Grand National divisions, light Superstock, Superstock Open, and Pro Stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and twin-engine light modifieds on Friday and Saturday, May 31st and June 1st. For facility information, visit galotmotorsportspark.com. The next weekend, attention shifts to the Hawkeye State for the Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, on Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th. It's also a 6-division show, but this time center stage at the Twin Tracks will belong to Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and Super Semi trucks, and multi-engine modifieds. Visit 300raceway.com to have a look. Then comes the GN Tour's only visit to the land of 10,000 lakes and the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota on Friday and Saturday, June 14th and 15th. Another half-dozen classes, Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Superstock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds will churn the dirt at the McLeod County Fairgrounds. The event's website is powerpolenationals.com. And a busy June for the NTPA's Grand National Circuit concludes with the season's first Super National, namely the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin. 11 GN divisions and 3 Region 3 divisions will compete twice each over the course of 5 sessions, from the evening of Thursday, June 20th through the evening of Saturday, June 22nd. For more information, visit TOMAHtractorpull.com. All of these session-by-session class listings, as well as those for around 75 other events, may be found on the schedule page at the all-new NTPAPULL.com, your number one resource for everything related to NTPA Championship pulling. We'll take on the next chunk of the Grand National season next week. But before we do, let's take a moment to welcome two new Grand National Division sponsors. New Fields Ag will present the Superstock diesel tractors, and CM Pulling Tires will present two-wheel drive trucks, all throughout 2024. Thanks to New Fields Ag and CM Pulling Tires for coming on board. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Knuckle Duster, thank you much. I got your email there. Okay, I have heard of that. I think it was last year when I was having my annual physical. I was kind of trying to describe to the doctor exactly that feeling. It kind of feels like you don't know if you're getting an extra heartbeat or skipping a heartbeat. Just from time to time, it's not like an everyday occurrence. But I may have it 2 or 3 days in a row, off and on, and then go months without ever noticing it. Premature atrial contractions. My family physician said it's not something to worry about. Most people that complain about feeling like they're having an extra beat or a skipped beat, it's extra heartbeats that start in the upper chamber of the heart when the premature or early signal tells the heart to contract. There may not be much blood in the heart at the moment. That means there's not much blood to pump out. So you'll have a pause, and then what feels like a strong heartbeat. It kind of grabs you, following the extra heartbeat, making it feel like a skipped beat. Premature atrial contraction can feel like an extra beat when there's more blood in the heart to pump than there is with a skipped beat. So they say anybody can get premature atrial contractions, also known as premature atrial complexes, but they're more likely to occur older adults, people that are taller, people that don't exercise, if you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, you might be dehydrated, you don't drink enough water, those sort of things. Caffeine, stimulants, all those things can add to that. So he mentioned his daughter said, those Red Bulls are going to kill me. Yeah, matter of fact, I had come across here a few days ago. Soda pop, what's your preference? Pepsi, Coke, whatever it's going to be, Dr. Pepper, anything that's caffeinated. And whether it's the old-fashioned with real sugar or the diet drinks, apparently they all seem to at least slightly increase our risk of developing irregular heart rhythm, according to the latest study. People had a 20% greater risk of atrial fib if they drank 2 liters or more of artificially sweetened beverages every week, according to researchers in the American Heart Association. 2 liters of sugar-sweetened beverages came with a 10% higher risk of AFib. Meanwhile, consuming 1 liter of unsweetened fruit or vegetable juice would confer an 8% lowered risk. So you catch that for the artificially sweetened drinks, it's 20% greater. Yeah, the regularly sweetened, sugar-sweetened drinks, 10%. And my line of thinking always, I felt like the caffeine, which would be the same, and the diet or the regular would be the cause of that. But interesting tidbits, things to ponder. Drink more juice, right? The unsweetened stuff. All right, back to the trucking headlines quickly here as we roll toward bottom of the hour news break just ahead. What's been a difficult last 1-2 years in the trucking industry? After the big surge, COVID, the pandemic, everybody working from home, confined to their homes, ordering shipments online. We recall there was a great demand for trucking, which had all collapsed over the last year or two. We keep asking the same question. Have we hit the bottom yet? When will the next cycle in trucking, the upward turn, get underway? The freight shipments and expenditures improved from January to February, but we are still underwater compared to last year. The latest data from the Cass Freight Index. Shipments increased 7.3% from January, up 2% when adjusted for normal seasonal trends, just 4.5% lower year over year. Now, the year-over-year decline, that's the smallest in like 10 months. Severe winter weather in January and then the extra day in February favorably impacted the comparisons, they say. While seasonality is still soft in the near term, and there's no more extra days on the calendar, underlying volumes have shown some improvement. It's been over 2 years since the first year-over-year decline of this freight recession. Destocking is playing out and goods consumption beginning to rise. We see this as an encouraging sign that maybe a recovery is beginning. Now, while the freight cycle is stabilizing with rates below sustainable levels in many cases, little room for further savings, we're also seeing surprisingly strong new equipment orders for this point in the cycle. Now, they did point out planning for upcoming emission regulations is probably a key factor there. Long story short, these capacity additions suggest the long bottom in the freight cycle may lengthen even a bit further.
And that's
USA News Update. The Supreme Court has extended a temporary halt on Texas's immigration law, which permits state law enforcement to arrest and detain individuals suspected of entering the country unlawfully. Initially scheduled to take effect on Wednesday, the High Court extended the pause to further review challenges to the law. A former Mar-a-Lago employee and witness in former President Trump's classified documents case is speaking on the record. Brian Butler spoke to CNN, detailing how he unwittingly moved boxes in 2022 containing classified material from Mar-a-Lago to Trump's private plane on the same day Trump was set to meet with Justice Department officials back at the resort. A top official from the National Institute on Drug Abuse is urging Americans to pay attention to the types of cannabis products teenagers are using, following a recent study revealing high school seniors are using Delta-8, a psychoactive substance. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll take a look at a big pattern change weather-wise. It's going to be impacting the West Coast. You know, the same places that's been hammered by one after another. Heavy rains, flooding rains, mountain snows. You know, got buried in 10 feet of snow there over Donner here a couple weekends ago. Big change. Turnaround. Are you ready for some warmer weather? We'll get to that coming up here in a moment. Let me see if Eagle, are you on board or... Yeah, hello, Eagle. No, it's too late in the program. That means he dozed off. All right. Well, you know, real quick before I forget, we do our greatest day of the week, Monday. Every Monday is the greatest day of the week, right? I don't know. That's because of Cap and Ron, of course. And it's Taco Tuesday, Hump Day today. And Friday's always Casual Friday. Mindy made a suggestion. How about we do Truck Thursday? So maybe at the midnight hour tonight, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, hear about the trucks. One of the questions she suggested, and off the top of my head, I think I might already know who would fit this category. Who would have the longest going rig that's been out there working on the road? Now, I know 5'7", he's driving an older truck. I don't know if anybody could compete with Cue Ball, though. See if I can get a hold of Cue Ball today and see if he can give us his story. Maybe someone out there is driving even an older truck than that. But his dates back a few years. You familiar with Cue Balls, how old that boy is? Maybe some of the things that we see happening out there on the road. And, of course, we'd love to know what Hot Shot secret products maybe have helped your rig. That, and we'll get several other questions. Maybe for a bit as we start things out on our Thursday morning Truck Thursday. All right, again, weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Major change. Finally, a drying and warming trend along the Pacific coast, especially in the Northwest. Now, strong winds will come into play. This is going to be a pretty significant Santa Ana wind event. We're talking Southern California. We could see gusts approaching 100 miles per hour. So that's a big one. But this is going to be at least a temporary end of the onslaught of storms that have hit the West Coast round after round through much of the winter. As the latest storm responsible for rain and mountain snow impacting Washington, Northern California, is now making its way into parts of Colorado, where there's going to be feet of snow in the higher elevations. As we've been saying, Denver may get its most significant snowfall of the season here over the next 24 to 48 hours. But winds are going to be strong enough to bring down tree limbs, utility lines on the highways. Strong crosswinds for those out there in the big rigs may cause trucks and trailers to flip over. Looks like the winds really pick up around the San Francisco Bay Area today, Wednesday, then peak on Thursday, with a bit less on Friday. The strongest gust, 50 to 60 miles per hour, will be in the mountains and the hills in Northern California, 40, 50 miles per hour in the Sacramento Valley, the Bay Area. Southern California, northwest winds here this morning are already picking up at 40 to 50 miles per hour. Later in the day, over the mountains in the desert, Wednesday night and into Thursday, 55 to 70 mile per hour winds. A wind gust for Southern California with this event, 100 miles per hour. The high temperatures will be trending upward from about 60 earlier this week, warming to near 70 by the end of the week. But with the turnaround of the winds, they say you've got all that massive snow cover over the mountains. It's just all that snow cover is going to make those winds be actually bringing in some cool air. So it's going to take its time to warm up. But no doubt this is going to be probably the nicest stretch of weather in terms of dry weather for much of the Northwest region since all the way back this past fall. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Scarecrow, what do you say? Happy Hump Day.
Hey, buddy. Well, I'm kind of gathering up several different subjects from the program this morning here, but referencing back to 06 when I had my heart attack, I shed 20 pounds in short order there, Steve, hiking up and down the valley, and the bride, she watched our calorie intake, and, well, I think as others have related, you kind of fall back into your evil ways, as you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
I've proudly gained about 30 pounds of that back since, and, I can attribute quite a bit of that weight gain, I think, to my switch from a light beer to a high test. And I come up with another 10 pounds in pretty short order there, Steve. It didn't take much, so yeah, you probably want to stay with them light skull busters ears there.
Yeah, okay.
Just a forewarning there. Yeah. As far as that eclipse goes, Steve, how visible, so to speak, will that be in the Midwest here? I saw the map of it, kind of where the greatest intensity would be, but I think that's quite a bit to our southeast. I'm only bringing this up because our local Menards, they're getting in on the whole deal there. They've got boxes of the eclipse viewing glasses.
Okay.
Sitting by their checkouts. So I'm figuring, well, if they have them up in La Crosse, every single one of their stores are going to have them. I didn't even notice how much they are, $2, $3, $4 or whatever. To look at them, they kind of remind you of, you've seen pictures of movie theaters.
Yeah,
back
the old
in
3D glasses, yeah.
Late 50s or, yeah, that's cardboard glasses. That's kind of what they remind me of there. But so either way, they're looking for a little financial gain there too.
I mean, from Wisconsin, obviously. I mean, the path of totality I'm looking at here. I mean, we're talking southern Illinois, the southernmost Illinois, about the southern half of Indiana. Looks like the Indianapolis area is going to be kind of on the northern fringe. Then, from Indianapolis down to right about Cincinnati's in the path. So it's a decent ways, but I mean, they're saying people are willing to drive hundreds and hundreds of miles and actually fly in from anywhere around the world to be in the path of totality. It's crazy.
Well, I'm going to say that I won't be one of those. But,
right.
As close to viewing as I'm going to get is poking a hole in a piece of paper and holding it over my shoulder.
Yeah.
I've done that in the past, but that's as hyped up as I'm going to get over it there. Listening to every night here the promos for the tractor pull coming up down there at Louisville. I think earplugs are going to be in order there, Steve. Now, not so much that you can't cover your ears with your hands, given you're indoors and such. Now, I'm reflecting on the outdoor polls. Now, in particular, I'll refer to Toma, in that you have open bleachers on one side of the track. Now, you can cover your ears with your hands in an event like that, but unlike an indoor poll, you kind of have little breezes and whatnot to contend with too. So, as soon as that puller stops, you got to quick take your hands off your ears and cover your beer, because even with those large, big ass fenders that they put on the tractors these days, you still get quite a bit of clay that ends up airborne, and depending on how the breeze and air is drifting way. No, it doesn't take long before you've got some debris, in your beer. But no, at Louisville, you shouldn't have that issue to worry about. Now, primarily, Steve, I'm calling tonight as a student instead of the educator. And I've shared before, I'm not a tech-savvy person. If it sounds like my voice is warbling, it's because this damn road is
beating the crap out of you.
Not minus here. Yeah, truly. But anyway, the technology is not my strong suit, and I've shared that with you in the past. And to me, I grown up in the rotary dial era. A push button handset, that's still pretty cool in my world. But so when it comes to cell phones, I am all but lost. Now, last night, we have 3 phones on our plan, my bride, my sister-in-law, and myself. They each have 5 is data measured in like gigabytes? That's probably how it's done.
That's a term, yeah.
More than megabytes, ain't it?
How about
gigabytes?
yottabytes?
All right. Well, yottabytes then. Well, I currently have 15 yottabytes on my plan, and that served me fine, for, I suppose, 3-4 years that we've been with Verizon. Well, last night I got a notice that I had 0 data left. Well, the only thing and this is halfway into the month, Steve, not even halfway into the month, and all I can think of, I started listening to Bongino. There's probably about 7 programs that I've listened to. They were all in the evening or leading up to the overnight drive.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd have been a podcast or such, I assume. Now, we did update to unlimited, data, for next month, but I still have a couple weeks of this month to contend with. Now, this becomes a curiosity at this very moment, Steve. My participating on tonight's program, is this costing me an arm and a leg? Am I going to have to give up my firstborn for extra charges and such, or how? I don't know how much data gets used on a 5-hour overnight drive program. It certainly can't be much, but in the same breath, it's got to be costing me something extra. I don't know when and where that extra charge will be tagged on, but so I'm open to your educated guess on this one, or anybody else out there. Oh yeah, there's plenty of time. We can find. Well, there again, we're still hoping for that educated one out there. So that's kind of what I'm. Call it a dilemma or such, and I want to research a little more, even when I get home, later this morning, if I can, grab a few more, Yodas just to get me to the end of this billing cycle.
Right.
So we'll leave the gates open for the truly educated one there to come in yet there. Well, we'll hopefully be able to participate tomorrow night. Thanks, buddy.
All right. Well, I remember the term yottabytes because we were talking about several years ago. They were building that big data center out, I think, in Utah, and supposedly this thing had computer storage, I guess, of in the yottabyte category. I distinctly remember talking. But what is a yottabyte? No, your smartphone does not have a yottabyte. I mean, it's off the chart numbers. A yottabyte is a measure of theoretical storage capacity and data volumes equal to 2 to the 80th power bytes, or approximately 1,000,000 trillion megabytes. Okay. This measure is used to denote the size of data. The prefix yotta is based on the Greek letter iota. In decimal format, a yottabyte is written, and all I can tell you is from the decimal to the left side, there's 25 digits. Now, I know my 100,000, million, trillion, what's after that? A quadrillion? According to, the Word Spy, it would take approximately 86 trillion years to download a yottabyte file. The entire contents of the Library of Congress would consume 10 terabytes. A yottabyte is so much data that, according to the backup vendor Backblaze, a yottabyte of storage would take up a data center the size of the states of Delaware and Rhode Island. Now, maybe they were using terms a bit smaller than yottabytes. But that's a lot of data. And it's 844-844-3388. We'll return with winding things down here on a Wednesday after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, once again, not a whole lot of time left here. We got somebody on board. Who on the line?
Good morning, Steve. It's Carl. Thank you for taking my call.
Okay, Carl. I didn't get the name there. What's happening?
Hey, yeah, I just thought I'd bring up the Her report that was on the TV today. Yesterday.
Yep.
I don't know if you had a chance to catch that or anything like that, but yeah, it was really, really informative what's going on here in this country. We've got a guy here, Robert Herr, I think is his name, and he is trying to play another James Comey and do the same thing that James Comey did with Hillary Clinton. And say, for various reasons, no prosecutor would convict Joe Biden on this the same way as Hillary. It's just amazing to me how these people are getting the big head when they get these assignments to do these things, and then they want to plug in their own opinions about what to do. But this woman, Jalala Paul, or whatever her name is, the Palestinian woman who just wants to do the Palestine thing, congressional woman there, she said, "Oh yeah, you exonerated Joe Biden, totally exonerated him."
And he
just
shut her down.
"Oh,
He said,
no."
he said the word exoneration was never used in this report, not once.
Yeah, she said, she just kept on and saying, "You exonerated him, you exonerated him." And then she would say, this is my time, and cut him off, and so it just turns out to be a big mess. But listening to all that, and I tell you, these people, they really, really rock me. I just can't imagine that we've got such incompetence in our positions in government. They're all, you've got the Ohio congressman there who's the chairman.
Jim Jordan.
Can't think of his name right off the bat, but Yeah, Jordan. Oh, he's correcting everybody on this whole thing. And then he brings up the 8 million reasons. You know, Joe Biden's got a book being written about his life and times in politics.
Yes.
You know, and with a ghostwriter. And he's showing the ghostwriter the documents, the top secret documents. And he says, yeah, be careful. Be careful. Those are top secret documents. I mean, what? You know, these are top secret documents. And he's got them in 8 different places. He's got them in about 4 different places in his house in Delaware, plus 4 extra places all over the state there. And I'm thinking, wow, man, this guy, I mean, it's ridiculous what's going on here. But anyway, I just thought I'd touch on that
right.
This morning with you there. And it just, but I tell you what, it's a mess. And just the same as Hillary Clinton, we've got a guy here who's trying to play like he knows better than a jury and a judge. Well, of course, he couldn't convict him in Washington, D.C., just like New York City is trying to grab Donald Trump there. The same thing. But thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, yeah, we'll get thank you very much, Carl. Yeah, we didn't really even touch on the her thing this morning, but yeah, grilled. Apparently, in some form or fashion, he actually angered both the Republican side and the Democrat side. But on numerous occasions, he corrected Democrats who were trying to allude that this report exonerated Joe Biden. He said, no, that is not what this report says. All right, so we'll close things out there. When we come back at the midnight hour for Truck Thursday, as we get things underway, of course, we'll have all the latest things anticipated to be very active, weather-wise. Could be talking severe weather and large hail, maybe even tornadoes. We'll have the latest and keep you covered right here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but